Dear colleagues, please be seated. We're about to start. Dear colleagues, good morning. I would like to welcome you to this meeting of the Standing Committee in Chisinau, and I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the authorities of the Republic of Moldova and personally to Mr. Igor Grosu, the President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, for organizing our gathering and for the hospitality which we already experienced here. The Presidency of Moldova in the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe has started last week, and I can assure our Moldovan colleagues that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe looks forward to working with you in the coming months and to supporting the implementation of your priorities, especially as they are perfectly consistent with our own priorities and offer great opportunities for developing meaningful synergies between the statutory bodies of the organization. Needless to say that our continued support to Ukraine will top the agenda of the entire Council of Europe in the foreseeable future, with the work of ensuring the accountability of the Russian Federation for all wrongful acts it has done in and against Ukraine, already making great progress. In less than a month, a new Council of Europe Convention on the Claims Commission will be launched in The Hague. This should clearly give a further impetus to the activities aimed to consolidate and further develop the comprehensive accountability system under the auspices of the Council of Europe. It is equally important to continue our cooperation on ensuring the functioning of democratic institutions in Ukraine in time of war, with particular support to the vital parliamentary oversight, free media, and respect for the rule of law. In recent weeks, dear colleagues, Ukraine demonstrated that it remains a country fully attached to the European values, where, even in the difficult circumstances of the martial law, independent anti-corruption institutions managed to successfully investigate and prosecute the criminal activities at the highest level of government. But clearly, further work is needed to ensure that the democratic principles and practices are upheld and developed, and that they can successfully resist to the growing threats, very often generated and nourished either by external or by internal actors. This is why I'm delighted that the need to confront the foreign interference into the domestic politics of European countries has been identified among the priorities of the Moldovan presidency. This particularly includes the exponentially increasing use of social media and AI to manipulate elections and other democratic processes, as well as to facilitate the spread of post-truth discourses aimed to erode trust in our institutions. I wish to remind you that our Assembly is organizing an international conference on the impact of AI on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in the mid of December in London with the House of Commons. One of the key institutions currently attacked by populists is, of course, the European Convention on Human Rights, the 75th anniversary of which we marked just a few weeks ago. Dear colleagues, the adoption of the Convention in 1950 was undoubtedly a huge step that transformed history and established the most influential and comprehensive regional human rights treaty ever created. It put in place a new kind of commitment, one in which the protection of rights and freedoms was no longer a matter of principle alone, but of binding law. Now, the Convention is under attack from those who attempt to question its authority, renegotiate it, or even to withdraw from it under the false pretext of improving our protection system. I wish to warn us all against a hasty attempt to modify the Convention for the sake of short-term political gains. This will only further weaken our institutions, encourage populists, and ultimately reduce protection that our citizens need perhaps more than ever. But of course, the beauty of the Convention is that it can indeed be changed to adapt to evolving environment in which it operates, and this was envisaged by its authors 75 years ago. But if changes are ever needed, they must be discussed calmly, thoroughly, and democratically, never under the pressure of populism. The same applies to another Council of Europe convention that often becomes a victim of populism and disinformation. I'm talking about the Istanbul Convention, the first and only international treaty that recognizes violence against women as a violation of human rights. A few weeks ago, we all witnessed an attempt to orchestrate the withdrawal from the convention by Latvia, which would be an extremely alarming backward development. I'm delighted that due to the unprecedented mobilization of Latvian people and a firm position by the President of Latvia, the most catastrophic scenario was averted and Latvia remains a party to the Istanbul Convention. So I wish to express my gratitude to the President of Latvia, Edgar Rinkēvičs, and the head of the Latvian delegation to our assembly, Zanda Kalina Lukasevica, for their crucial role in achieving this outcome. However, the whole situation has highlighted how fragile and weak the system of protection of women's rights is and should remind us not to be complacent, but keep on working hard to strengthen this system. Dear colleagues, we will discuss the situation around women's rights and the Istanbul Convention later today, but in that context, I'm also pleased to announce that we are launching the third edition of the Vigdis Prize for women's empowerment today, with the call for nominations to be published today. Dear colleagues, this morning, after the welcoming address by Mr. Grosu, we will have an exchange of views with Mr. Mikhail Popsoi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe and former member of our Parliamentary Assembly. We will then debate reports on the observation of the parliamentary elections in the Republic of Moldova and on preventing and combating gender discrimination in health. We will close the morning session with a current affairs debate entitled Citizens' Mobilization in the Defense of Human Rights and Democracy, Recent Developments in Latvia, with the participation of Mrs. Beata Ionait, who is the Head of Policy and Advocacy of Marta Center in Riga and Head Organizer of the Mobilization in support of the Istanbul Convention. In the afternoon, we'll debate a trio of reports on the Assembly's own functioning, covering managing conflicts of interest in the Assembly and increasing members' participation in its work, as well as other modifications to the rule of procedure. As customary, the Standing Committee meeting will be followed by a roundtable organized in collaboration with the delegation of the Republic of Moldova to the Assembly. So I encourage you all to participate in this roundtable entitled Violence Against Women and the Role of Parliaments and Parliamentarians in Implementing the Council of Europe Istanbul Convention. I would like now to welcome Mr. Igor Grosu, the President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova. Dear Igor, Mr. Grosu, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the meeting of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly. You have served successfully as a parliamentarian through 3 legislatures, including as President of the Parliament in the previous legislature and again in the current one. You were re-elected just a month ago, which clearly demonstrates the strong trust placed in your leadership. On the occasion of your re-election, you reminded all political parties of the need to take responsibilities and to take responsible decisions for the good of your country. This is a very wise message because, as you rightly underlined, leaders must rise above political opportunism and act in the long-term interest of their people. On behalf of the Standing Committee, I would also like to thank you for the kind invitation you extended to us yesterday and for the insight we were offered into Moldova's hospitality and cultural richness. This is called how the nice wine was, cultural richness. So, Mr. Grosu, dear Igor, we are pleased to have you with us today and look forward to hearing your remarks. You may proceed to the floor. This is your house, of course, but...
Thank you.
Stimați colegi, Excelența voastră, domnule Teodoros Rusopoulos, stimată doamnă Despina Hatzivassiliou Tsovilis, stimate domnule viceprim-ministru Mihai Popșoi, doamnelor și domnilor, vă mulțumesc că sunteți aici. Este simbolic faptul că Moldova preia președinția Comitetului de Ministri al Consiliului Europei în anul în care se fac 30 de ani de la aderarea la Consiliul Europei și într-o perioadă atât de importantă pentru parcursul european al țării noastre. Acum 30 de ani, când Moldova a devenit stat membru al Consiliului Europei, valorile europene prosperau, iar oamenii erau încrezători într-o Europă unită, unde domnește pacea. Astăzi, când preluăm președinția Comitetului de Ministri al Consiliului Europei, războiul s-a întors pe continentul european. Iar valorile europene, așa cum le știm noi, sunt în pericol. Când a început războiul în Ucraina, Moldova, probabil mai mult ca oricând, a înțeles riscurile unei democrații fragile, a dependenței energetice, a unor instituții incapabile să-și protejeze cetățenii. Moldova a înțeles că trebuie să se reformeze din temelii. Trebuie să devină puternică pentru ca să nu mai poată fi șantajată, amenințată, manipulată de un vecin cu ambiții imperialiste. Moldovenii au înțeles că doar alături de statele europene, libere și cu adevărat democratice, ne putem pune țara la adăpost. De aceea, astăzi vorbim deja despre o Moldovă care știe ce vrea, care a pășit ferm pe calea aderării la Uniunea Europeană și care nu se mai uită înapoi. În acești ani, într-un timp record, am reușit să ne construim independența energetică. Zilele acestea montăm ultimul pilon în linia Vulcănești-Chișinău, linia independenței noastre energetice. Astăzi avem mai multe investiții în învățământ și medicină decât a cunoscut țara aceasta vreodată. Astăzi avem instituții de drept capabile să prevină sau să pedepsească corupția electorală, finanțarea ilegală a partidelor și nu în ultimul rând avem o prezență pe arena internațională așa cum nu am mai avut până acum. Totul datorită rezistenței și inteligenței moldovenilor, datorită curajului și vitejiei ucrainenilor și datorită prietenilor europeni care nu ne-au lăsat singuri atunci când am avut nevoie mare de ajutor. Noi știm ce înseamnă să-ți construiești democrația de la zero. Noi știm ce înseamnă să trăiești ani de zile în manipulare, dezinformare și șantaj. Noi nu ne întoarcem acolo. De aceea vom trata președinția Comitetului de Ministri al Consiliului Europei cu cea mai mare responsabilitate și vom încerca în acest mandat să facilităm în primul rând sprijinul acordat Ucrainei de către Consiliul Europei. Noi nu uităm pentru niciun moment că Moldova și întreaga Europa este, chiar în aceste clipe, apărată de Ucraina. Vă asigur că Moldova este un aliat al țărilor libere și democrate. Moldova este cea mai interesată de păstrarea și întărirea valorilor europene și a Uniunii Europene. Pentru că acolo este casa noastră și acolo ne îndreptăm. Vă mulțumesc pentru prezența voastră, pentru sprijinul acordat țării noastre în toți acești ani. Moldova nu ar fi reușit fără prieteni. și ne doresc nouă tuturor curajul să muncim în continuare pentru ceea ce este cel mai valoros pentru noi, pacea și libertatea. Vă mulțumesc!
Thank you, Mr. President, for your welcome address. The Assembly is looking forward to working closely with you and, of course, your country and the national delegation during your presidency of the Republic of Moldova. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is now my pleasure to welcome among us Mr. Mihai Popsoi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Moldova and President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, dear President of the Committee of Ministers, we are thankful for taking your time to exchange views with us and very pleased for the warm welcome we received in Chisinau as we meet for our standing committee. And it is a great pleasure and a privilege for us to be here today when your country is chairing the Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers for the second time in its history, coinciding also this year with your 30th anniversary as proud members of the Council of Europe and at a critical time in the organization's history. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Mr. President Rosulopoulos, dear Secretary General Besed, Chasi Vasilou, Your Excellencies, distinguished friends. It's a triple honor for me to be here. First, to return to the Parliament, to my very seat as Vice President, where I spent 5 rewarding years, to do it in your company, dear friends from the Parliamentary Assembly, where I also spent 5 years, including as Vice President of the Assembly, but also to do it now in the capacity of President of the Council of Ministers. And we very much look forward to making this mandate of Moldova a productive one, particularly in these challenging times for Moldova, for the entire region, and indeed for the entire organization. At a time of unprecedented challenges to the rule-based international order and repositioning of geopolitical configurations, the role of the Council of Europe in safeguarding and defending democracy, human rights, and the rule of law has never been more crucial. Therefore, in exercising its mandate as Presidency of the Committee of Ministers, the Republic of Moldova will endeavor under the motto for a Europe of peace and resilience, to facilitate the convergence of the Council of Europe activities and enhancing its capacities. The new realities in which we are operating make our organization even more significant, highlighting the need for renewed responsibility and commitment for its core values, and call for the resolute actions to strengthen our collective response to challenges to its fundamental principles. The presidency will be guided by 3 major axes: support for Ukraine and the accountability for the crime of aggression committed by the Russian Federation, support for the work of the new democratic pact, new pact for democracy, strengthening our response to disinformation, including foreign information manipulation and interference. Following the Reykjavik summit, the Council of Europe reaffirmed its mission in upholding the international legal order, particularly through its support for Ukraine. Moldova remains a steadfast advocate for justice and accountability and welcomes the efforts and tangible results on the path towards creating the special tribunal for the crimes of aggression against Ukraine. The presidency will focus on democracy, human rights, ensuring the execution of ECHR judgments, including against Russia, and assuring accountability for Ukraine. Equally, children's rights, combating violence against women, social rights, local democracy, and fighting disinformation will feature among the top priorities of our mandate. Distinguished delegates, the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe is in full complementarity and synergy with the Republic of Moldova's accession negotiations with the European Union, launched on June 25, 2024. Thus, mutually reinforcing our national and collective commitment to the core European values we hold so dear. The Republic of Moldova is a country with an ambitious reform agenda. The European integration goal, as enshrined in the Constitution, has created a positive environment for modernization and transformation. During the recent parliamentary elections on September 28, my country faced unprecedented full-scale hybrid campaign orchestrated by the Kremlin. These attacks, aimed at undermining rule of law and democratic process in the Republic of Moldova, fostering instability and fueling polarization, did not succeed. This failure is due to the legislative reforms we have undertaken, the steadfast work of our civil society institutions and government bodies, and above all, the resilience of our citizens, who have given a clear and decisive mandate to continue the Republic of Moldova determined towards this path to European membership. Moldova's election was a national choice, but its meaning is global. It showed that democracy can prevail even under relentless pressure. Yet democracies cannot stand alone. They need solidarity, resilience, and unwavering support. Finally, I would like to emphasize the consistent support of the Council of Europe throughout our democratic transition. As over the years, together, we have created change, building institutions, shaping policies, and inspiring transformation. At this pivotal moment, we remain fully committed to advancing our shared values and to contributing constructively to the organization's agenda. Our presidency will continue to promote unity, resilience, and a stronger Europe grounded on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Deputy Prime Minister. Dear colleagues, I would now give the floor to the members of the Standing Committee who would like to put a question to the Deputy Prime Minister. I just want to remind you that the time for questions to the Deputy Prime Minister is limited to 30 seconds. I propose that we will group the questions and start with the representatives of the political groups, as usual, as we do in our hemicycle. Each question addressed by the representatives of the political groups will be answered immediately, and then we will have groups of threes, and the Deputy Prime Minister will answer after having taken notes of this. So we'll start with the representative of the Socialists, Democrats and Green, Mrs. Petra Bayer. Petra, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. I had the honor to chair the election observation mission last year, and we gathered a lot of evidence of what you just told us about these hybrid attacks on democracy. And we also learned that, of course, Moldova did a lot of adaptations and learned how to be resilient, and also the people of Moldova to be resilient against these attacks. What I would like to know from you in your capacity as a foreign minister is, do you think that also those who did these hybrid attacks, like Russia and others, also adapt and developed in a different way or developed further? And my second question is, do you see any possibility to cooperate with other countries, because we all are victims of that, to learn from each other and to become more resilient altogether against these threats to our democracy?
Thank you, Petra. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
To the first part of your question, sadly, the answer is yes. The Kremlin does adapt. They will come back with a vengeance. They, unfortunately, will not allow us the luxury of letting us alone. But we are stronger by virtue of being exposed to these challenges. And we are more than happy to share our lessons learned with our friends, and we're already doing that. There are elections coming up in some of the countries that are very good friends of ours, and we are sharing the experience of our relevant institutions, how to best respond to this malign interference. So we've been helped quite a bit by our friends and partners, and we are now in a position to be able to provide support and assistance to our friends as well. So we very much look forward to continuously doing that, because we are only stronger together if we share experiences and we help each other out. Thank you.
Thank you. Arusaki Yulhanyan is now next on behalf of the European People's Party. Arusaki, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Minister. I'm here. Thank you. So yesterday during the Bureau meeting, actually, we were discussing one question concerning the court decisions, domestic court decisions, and the interference, if the government's alleged interference, if the government's into the court decisions. So could you elaborate, please, how can we protect the court decisions from the possible interference of the domestic courts? Thank you.
Dear Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
The only interference that we can speak of when it comes to the courts in the Republic of Moldova is the corrupt actions of certain entities that are usually under the prosecution of those courts. When it comes to the state institutions, we have fought this past 5 years since we came to power to prop up the independence of the courts, the integrity of the courts. And with the support of our friends in this chamber, in the European Union, in the United States, we have undergone an incredibly tedious reform of vetting judges and prosecutors, which is still ongoing, but the results are already visible. There are high-level prosecutions happening. The trials are already undergoing, especially when it comes to electoral corruption, which has been one of the main challenges last year in the election. And these allegations about any sort of state interference in the judiciary, I would like to vehemently deny. And you are certainly able to verify that. Don't take my word for it. Speak to the civil society in Moldova, speak to the judges themselves. Because we have made a priority of our political agenda in the Republic of Moldova since we came to power, to do exactly the opposite, to give independence to the courts and to make sure that they are driven by integrity and professionalism and not by any sort of interference from within or abroad. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, the Vice President of the group, Mrs. Elisabetta Gardini. Elisabetta.
Sì, thank you. I will speak in Italian. Sì, allora, intanto grazie per questo incontro, grazie, stiamo trascorrendo 2 giornate veramente molto interessanti qui a Chișinău e credo che le prospettive delle nostre relazioni siano veramente buone. Io volevo chiedere a che punto, Presidente, signor Ministro, anzi, a che punto vede oggi il processo di integrazione europea, perché è una cosa che sia come Consiglio d'Europa ma anche come italiana in particolare stiamo sostenendo. Ricordo che la vostra Presidente è stata recentemente a Roma e ha incontrato il nostro Presidente del Consiglio Giorgia Meloni e è stato un incontro molto caldo e molto proficuo per entrambe le nazioni. Ecco, c'è una riforma, un settore dove sente che il sostegno politico dei partner potrebbe accelerare il percorso e cosa possiamo fare noi come delegazione del Consiglio d'Europa per sostenere la Moldavia in questa fase cruciale? Qual è il messaggio più importante che vuole far arrivare ai partner europei? La ringrazio.
Thank you, Elisabetta. Dear Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, call me biased, but we have great relationships with Italy, and we have an amazing Moldovan community in Italy, the largest Moldovan community outside the country, and we are pleased to have this great relationship at the government level, at the parliamentary level, and at the level of the people-to-people contacts. When it comes to what support you can provide, doing what the Council of Europe and the Parliamentary Assembly does best is pointing out where things are going well, but also pointing out where things should improve. An honest assessment of the situation is the best support that you can provide, because any challenges that we may have, by virtue of tackling them in an honest and determined fashion, we are only able to address them with that ethos. So we thank you for all the efforts that have been done by the Assembly in doing just that, in commending and supporting the progress that is being done, and also helping with an honest view of where things can further improve. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, the President of the group, Mr. Iulian Bulai.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte. Voi vorbi în limba română, ca să pregătească colegii să aibă căștile. Domnule președinte al Parlamentului Republicii Moldova și în același timp și președinte al partidului PAS, felicitări pentru victoria electorală uriașă care a demonstrat că se poate face performanță democratică în condiții grele și cu multe piedici din partea actorilor cu interese neconvergente în Republica Moldova. Felicitări și dumneavoastră, domnule vicepremier și ministru de afaceri externe, pentru preluarea președinției Comitetului Miniștrilor. Am o întrebare și un comentariu, dar înainte de a face întrebarea, voi face referire la faptul că ieri, 20 noiembrie, se comemorează sau se sărbătoresc 80 de ani de la începerea lucrărilor Tribunalului de la Nuremberg. Un act important pentru judecarea celor care s-au făcut responsabili de atâta distrugere și genocid în Europa. Consiliul Europei, și dumneavoastră știți foarte bine, domnule vicepremier, pentru că ați fost membru al adunării noastre parlamentare, a fost actorul principal în spatele ideii de tribunal internațional pentru judecarea crimelor de agresiune împotriva agresiunii rusești și a distrugerii făcute în Ucraina. Cum vedeți dumneavoastră mai departe rolul dumneavoastră pe următoarele 6 luni pentru a putea dezvolta acest proiect cu o finalitate și cu pași concreți, în timp ce se desfășoară și lucrări și discuții pentru o negociere de încheiere a războiului, cu foarte multe variabile pe care nu le voi dezvolta acum. Aceasta a fost întrebarea, iar remarca de final este că Consiliul Europei înseamnă multe oportunități și instituții, inclusiv Banca de Dezvoltare a Consiliului Europei, care poate oferi, de ce nu, și granturi de susținere pentru proiecte de infrastructură civilă și socială locală, într-un trialog care până acum nu a mai fost făcut, de ce nu, între Republica Moldova, Consiliul Europei și Uniunea Europeană, care să garanteze aceste posibile împrumuturi de care eu cred că comunitățile locale ar beneficia pentru a înțelege că incluziunea și apartenența la Consiliul Europei și la Uniune înseamnă și beneficii la firul ierbii, dincolo de valori și un cadru de securitate stabil. Vă mulțumesc și felicitări din nou.
Thank you, dear Julian. Dear Deputy Prime Minister.
Mersi. Prima parte legată de Tribunalul Internațional. Republica Moldova este pe deplin ancorată și determinată să pună umărul, inclusiv în cadrul președinției noastre în Comitetul de Miniștri, să elimine percepția impunității de care crede că se bucură Kremlinul. Deja am pus împreună fundamentul acestui Tribunal Internațional pentru crime de agresiune. A doua etapă a fost registrul daunelor și iată acum în decembrie urmează să fie lansată Comisia Claims Commission la Haga, așa încât să existe întreg mecanismul din acești 3 piloni pentru a elimina impunitatea și de a trage la răspundere agresorii. În același timp, când vine vorba de dezvoltare și contribuția Consiliului Europei la acest proces, în Republica Moldova, acum am ajuns într-un final să punem în aplicare acest proiect faimos în Republica Moldova de construcția unui penitenciar nou care, trebuie să recunoaștem, trebuia construit încă 10-15 ani în urmă, dar iată că noi acum, cu determinare maximă, implementăm acest proiect și vom căuta oportunități de cooperare în continuare cu instituțiile financiar-bancare disponibile, așa încât să avansăm pe calea dezvoltării, progresului, așa cum ne-am propus împreună. Mersi.
Thank you. On behalf of the United European Left, George Lucaidis, the co-chair of the party.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to everybody. Dear Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, as your presidency coincides with the 65th anniversary of the European Social Charter, I would like to ask a question in relation to that about possible initiatives that you will take in order to implement the provisions, so important provisions of this Charter, having in mind that a number of challenges are directly related, connected, if not they are the root causes of a serious a number of serious challenges in our continent, in the world, but also in your homeland as well. And I'm talking about the need to combat inequalities, poverty, social exclusion, to safeguard social and labor rights. As all this, in our opinion, are affecting directly the erosion of democracy that we have been discussing. The challenge that we have in front of us and is related to immigration, and at the same time, the increase of the percentages of the power of the far right, which is also directly related to that. And I can name a number of challenges that are related to these social and labor rights or inequalities. Another issue that we have been discussing yesterday as well, it's a major issue, is that huge resources are being invested in the militarization of Europe instead of combating all these huge challenges related to labor and social rights. And I want to have your response in relation to what initiatives are you planning to take in order to see these provisions of the Charter being implemented.
Thank you, George. Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you. Indeed, for us, as I mentioned, social rights and the European Social Charter system is a priority for our presidency. And I can tell you from the experience of the Republic of Moldova, we may be a center-right party, but when we came to power, our number one piece of legislation was to double the minimum pension in the Republic of Moldova. Because many of our seniors, if not most of our seniors, sadly, were living below the extreme poverty line. So we made it a priority, President Sandu and the leadership of the party, to make sure that we put social rights and the dignity of our senior citizens first. We have also made a significant effort in this chamber to promote children's rights, women's rights, including the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. We've created an entire institution in the Republic of Moldova to safeguard, to protect women from domestic violence. We have put an effort to provide services to mothers who have young children, to be able to have more nurseries, including we've created a room for that here in this very chamber in Parliament. And we always emphasized social rights, and we plan to do that during our presidency as well. At the same time, given our very precarious security situation, I don't think it's fair to frame it in an either-or. Of course, the guns and butter debate will always be there in the political arena. But in our security environment, we absolutely have to find resources and strike a balance between both. We cannot do one or the other. We have to make sure that we provide social support to those who need it, but we also need to invest in defense and security. Because as the old cliche goes, if you don't invest in your military, you will soon have to pay for somebody else's military, and we don't want to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Deputy Prime Minister. And dear colleagues, now we'll open the floor to other members of the Standing Committee, starting with Saskia Kluit. Saskia.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulate you on your wonderful work in defending democratic values. I think we all were very impressed. My question is, you mentioned the social rights as part of your agenda for your presidency in relation to the Democratic Pact. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Saskia. Kostis Evstathiou is next.
Good morning. What is, in your capacity as a foreign minister and also member of the Council of Ministers, I'm really concerned about the misinformation we discuss all these years. Who decides about misinformation? What are the criteria? And because it's paradox, we follow Russian Federation on that. We have this model of Russia by pretending that it's fighting misinformation to have their democracy value. So are we ready at least to guarantee the right of freedom of expression and not be hurt in the name of combating the misinformation? Thank you.
Thank you, Kostis. And the third now in the first group is Lord Jones.
Thank you. I listened carefully to what the Deputy Prime Minister had to say about external campaigns of disinformation that the people of Moldova witnessed in the course of the election. We know that the source of a lot of that disinformation is social media. It's a fairly new phenomenon. I mean, it didn't really exist 20 years ago. How, in your view, do you go about combating disinformation? There are different political views. We all see the world in different ways, and then there is outright untruth. Given the experience that Moldova experienced last year, what are the next steps? How do you look to deal with this problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Jones. And on this occasion, I would take the advantage to congratulate you as the new head of the UK delegation to our Assembly. Welcome. So, dear Deputy Prime Minister, would you like to respond to these three first questions?
Yes, thank you. When it comes to the social charter, we are going to have a ministerial in March under our presidency with labor ministers, making sure that we advance the values of the social charter in a practical way, also in line with the democratic pact that the Secretary General is promoting. We are very much keen on supporting initiatives that help us consolidate our democratic gains across the continent and make sure that we see less and less democratic backsliding. When it comes to the discussions about disinformation and democracy, this is a very difficult but important discussion. The liberty versus security dichotomy is not abstract, it's very much real. And in the Republic of Moldova, our experience has been that if you are truly honest about your commitment to democratic values, you will be able to find that fine line and not use disinformation or any other external or internal threats as a justification to anti-democratic behavior. Because if you are truly a Democrat and you respect and cherish the rights of your citizens, then you will engage with them, you will have a feedback loop of explaining what needs to be done and get feedback from the citizens if they support those actions. The same is true with international partners. We've engaged with the Venice Commission proactively. At some point, I was surprised that the Venice Commission was urging us to go even further, to be even more proactive in our response to Russian interference. But we made sure that we securitize our informational space, defend our national security, while also securing, promoting, and advancing democratic freedoms of our citizens. When it comes to combating disinformation, there is no silver bullet, but there are short-term actions that you need to make, and we honestly hesitated for a number of years. It took us a whole year of the war to address the very direct threat of Russian-sponsored state-owned TV propaganda. We were concerned for a whole year of the war, and rightly so, what our citizens are going to say, what Brussels is going to say, what Strasbourg is going to say. But then by the end of that year, the European Union shut down Russia Today, and we figured if it's good for Europe, it's good for Moldova. And we addressed that, and probably it was a bit late, because for a whole year of the war, Moldovans were subject to direct distilled Russian propaganda. So in short term, you need to respond proportionally in mitigating those threats. And it's a whole of government approach, and it's a whole of society approach. You need to engage civil society, media. I must admit, and you were here to witness the election, the whole society mobilized to combat Russian disinformation. And journalists, Moldovan independent journalists, are our biggest allies in combating this Russian disinformation. But longer term, or medium or longer term efforts can only happen with media literacy, educating critical thinking from early on, from childhood through university, through adult life. That is the only way that you can have sustainable, resilient society, and it requires time and effort and political commitment. But we should not shy away from addressing the short-term threats, because if we don't address the immediate threats, then doing the other more difficult work will be futile, because the citizens will continue to be subjected to this avalanche of propaganda. But you need to do it responsibly and not using these threats as excuses to curb the democratic freedoms of your citizens. Because as Benjamin Franklin was saying, those that trade liberty for security deserve neither.
I don't see any other colleagues to ask questions. So, dear Deputy Prime Minister, I want to thank you for your informative statement, first of all, and then for the fruitful exchange of views with my colleagues. We will have the privilege of having you with us until the end of the debate on the observation of parliamentary elections in the Republic of Moldova, which we will hold in a few minutes after items 4 to 7 of our agenda, which we have to proceed with beforehand. Colleagues, before we continue with the next agenda item, let me briefly remind you the speaking times for our debates today. The rapporteurs, as well as members who introduce the current affairs debate, are allowed a total of 10 minutes. The time for any question of procedure is limited to 30 seconds. All other interventions are limited to 3 minutes. During the votes, to facilitate the vote counting, may I please ask you to keep your hands or nameplates up as long as the count is underway. If need be, in accordance with the rules of procedure, I may call a vote by standing up instead of a vote by show of hands. Now I'm going to item number 4, which is the examination of new credentials. We have received the credentials for new members of the delegations of Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, and the United Kingdom. They are contained in document 16295. Are there any objections to the change in this composition of the delegations that I have just named? No, that is not the case. The credentials are ratified. I welcome our new colleagues. Item number 5. Our next business is to consider the modifications in the membership in committees communicated by the national delegations of Austria, Germany, Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, and United Kingdom. In addition, the European Conservatives, Patriots, and Affiliates has nominated a member to the Monitoring Committee. The changes are set out in document Commissions 2025-07 and Commission 2025-07 Addendum. Are the proposed changes agreed to? Yes, thank you. Item number 6, I inform you that a request for a current affairs debate entitled Citizens' Mobilization in the Defense of Human Rights and Democracy, Recent Developments in Latvia, has been submitted by the leaders of Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, Socialist Democrats and Greens Group, Group of the European People's Party, and Group of the United European Left. The Bureau at its meeting yesterday agreed to recommend holding this current affairs debate and that Mr. Edmunds Sepuritis from Latvia Socialist open the debate. Any objections to the Bureau recommendations? No, that is not the case. I propose to hold the current affairs debate at the end of the morning session. Item number 7, we must now adopt the agenda for this meeting. Any objections to the draft agenda? No, that is not the case. The draft agenda is adopted. So, item number 10. In order to accommodate the Deputy Prime Minister's schedule, we will now proceed with the consideration of the report on the observation of the parliamentary elections in the Republic of Moldova. As I said earlier, the elections were held on 28th of September 2025. Items 8 and 9 will be taken after this debate. The report approved yesterday by the Bureau will be presented by Mr. Chris Said, our colleague from Malta. Dear Chris, you have the floor for 5 minutes to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, incidentally, we are presenting this report about the Moldovan election here in Moldova since Moldova started the presidency. So, dear colleagues, let me start with a simple question. What does it mean for a small, vulnerable country to organize elections with a war next door and a nuclear power doing everything it can to derail them? That was the reality of the parliamentary elections held in the Republic of Moldova on the 28th of September. Our report shows that these elections were genuinely competitive, voters had a real choice, and that election day itself was calm, orderly, and transparent. But it also shows something else. Moldova has just gone through one of the most heavily targeted elections in Europe, with Russia deploying a full spectrum of hybrid tools and failing to get the result it wanted. What did this interference look like in practice? We are not talking about a few anonymous posts on social media. We are talking about AI-generated disinformation, coordinated bot networks and troll farms designed to flood Moldovan voters with fear. Europe will destroy your values, NATO is coming, war will come to Moldova, etc. We are talking about crypto financed vote buying and cash-based bribery networks linked to fugitive oligarchs. We are talking about cyber attacks on state systems and on the Central Election Commission, about fake observers whose job was to confirm in advance that the elections would be fraudulent, and even about bomb threats at polling stations abroad in an attempt to intimidate the diaspora. No single instrument on its own would have been decisive, but together they created an atmosphere of pressure, confusion, and mistrust, and they clearly undermined the level playing field. At the same time, we must also look critically at the domestic side of the equation. The Moldovan authorities have strengthened their legal arsenal against electoral corruption, illicit financing, and foreign-influenced offenses, and that is welcome. But many changes came late in the day, some even during the campaign. Parties were deregistered or candidates removed very close to election day on the basis of precautionary security assessments that were only partially transparent and very difficult to challenge in time. So I ask you, colleagues, how level is a playing field where foreign actors are trying to hack your democracy, while at the same time the rules are being adjusted as the game is being played? This is the dilemma Moldova faced. And yet, against this backdrop, something remarkable happened. For the first time, Moldovan institutions did not simply endure interference, but they fought back. Law enforcement, security services, and the Central Election Commission worked together. They dismantled some of the money laundering and vote buying schemes. They disrupted plans for orchestrated protest and violence. They raised public awareness of disinformation. New structures, like the Strategic Communications Center and the Cybersecurity Agency, were not just on paper, but they were active. Because of this, Russia's grand strategy misfired. The crude Europe versus Russia narrative, meant to frighten people, was cleverly reframed by the authorities and by civil society into a positive pro-European choice. Plans to mobilize voters in Russia and Belarus largely fired. Only a few thousand people voted in Russia, despite inflated figures and manufactured queues. Massive protests prepared to contest the result simply did not materialize. The hybrid toolbox was heavy, but its political return was limited. And here we must pay tribute not only to institutions, but to the Moldovan people. Moldovians at home and in the diaspora refused to be treated as pawns. Over 1.5 million citizens went to the polls. In Western Europe alone, hundreds of thousands of Moldovans queued for hours, even in the face of bomb threats, to cast their ballots. Many did not necessarily vote out of enthusiasm for one party, but out of clear conviction. This is our country, and we will decide its future. This is why I want to say very clearly, the Moldovan nation has achieved something extraordinary. Under conditions that would have broken many democracies, it has preserved political stability and confirmed a European path. But a friend must also speak frankly. The victory of PAS and its allies is strong, but it is not unconditional. Many Moldovans voted with gritted teeth, not because they are in love with the government, but because they feared an alternative of corruption, capture, and geopolitical blackmail. The political landscape is very polarized. Those who are critical of the government must not all be branded as pro-Russian or enemies of the state. So I would put another question to us and to the Moldovan authorities. Can Moldova win the battle against foreign interference if at the same time it closes the door to genuine political competition? The answer, in my view, is a clear no. Democratic resilience requires not only strong security services and good laws, it requires pluralism, inclusiveness, and credible alternatives with a clear constitutional and European framework. Our recommendations therefore have two sides. On the one hand, we say continue to strengthen resilience, but do it within the Council of Europe standards. That means restoring legal certainty by avoiding late changes to electoral rules, using extreme measures like party bans and candidate ineligibility only as a last resort, based on clear evidence and subject to timely judicial review, tackling misuse of administrative resources and electoral corruption across the board, not selectively, improving transparency of campaign and online financing, and guaranteeing that voters from the left bank of the Dnistru, the diaspora, women and persons with disabilities can exercise their rights without undue obstacles. On the other hand, we urge the new majority, and especially PAS and President Sandu, to use this momentum to open up, not to close down. They have a historic opportunity to anchor Moldova firmly in Europe, but also a great responsibility to create space for other pro-European forces to listen to criticism and to show that power can be exercised with restraint and respect for opponents. Fighting foreign interference must never become a shortcut to eliminate political rivals. Finally, we call on the European Union and other international partners to match Moldova's courage with long-term, even-handed support, investing in independent institutions, media and civil society, and translating the promise of EU integration into concrete benefits that citizens can feel. The 28 September elections show that a country once seen as fragile and captured can stand tall under intense hybrid attack and make a sovereign European choice. Our task as the Parliamentary Assembly is to help ensure that this achievement is protected, deepened, and shared. So, colleagues, I invite you to support the report and its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Chris. Now, the floor is open for colleagues who would like to raise questions or make some comments, and I encourage you to take the floor. Who would like to be the first one or the second? So, dear Chris, can you tell me the most difficult issue that you had to face while being here?
I had
You all know
the-
about the foreign interference, but let me go to the landscape. What was the most difficult point? You know, I was a journalist. I can ask you for 1 hour questions if nobody else will. This is a threat to you. So
Yes,
raise your nameplate.
I was fortunate to be here also for the presidential elections, so I had the opportunity to observe really well the issues that were put in front of us by the civil society, by the media, by the political parties. But I think one of the most pressing issues, besides the foreign interference, misinformation campaigns, etc., was the issue of the polling stations in the diaspora, but especially on the bank of the Dnistru River for the Moldovan citizens living in the Transnistria region to have the possibility to vote. And there was this issue, whether the number of polling stations was enough. The fact that the number of polling stations was reduced from the presidential elections to the parliamentary elections. I am speaking about the number of polling stations on the bank of the Dnistru River was done intentionally, or whether it was done on the basis of numbers, of the number of people that voted during the last 2-3 elections from the Transnistria region into these polling stations. So this was also another issue which I had the opportunity also to see firsthand, because on the election day, together with some of my colleagues, I went to these polling stations on the bank, and I can say that even there, the vote was orderly, calm, with a number of people voting with no queues at all.
As far as the so-called social media, many of you know that my opinion is that it is not media. Media is where we have professionals. Who alarmed you the most? NGOs, people in ballot stations, the government, the political groups, or colleagues from our assembly?
No, it was more from NGOs, especially over here. There is one NGO who's very active, who also produced very good reports, periodical reports, not one report, but periodical reports. It's Promolex, who also had many observers in the polling stations, but they did a lot of work in the months, and I say years before the election. And yes, they also mentioned this to us in a certain way, how the social media was being used to distribute misinformation campaigns about certain things, and how to combat this type of misinformation.
My last question, before I give the floor to Edith Estrella, did you notice any kind of hostility against the delegation, the observers of the Council of Europe?
Not at all. Not at all. We were received very well by all political parties, by the NGOs, by the authorities. Especially, we had very good communication with the Central Electoral Commission. All the meetings were very well attended, and we received good feedback, sometimes with opposing views, but this is normal in a democracy. So yes, we had a very good opportunity to observe very well the elections.
Thank you so much, Chris. This was the first group of 3 questions. Now we go to Edith Estrella for the next group. Edith.
Thank you very much, dear President. First of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur. I was member of the delegation, and I would like to say that these elections were competitive and offered citizens a genuine choice. We observed the professionalism and the commitment of election administrators across the country. And on the election day, procedures were generally well organized and no major irregularities were observed. Before the elections, during the debates with civil society, representative of media, and some experts, we noted concerns regarding the use of administrative resources. And of course about the disinformation and the campaign on social media and so on that we have already mentioned. I think it's good for Moldova and for our Assembly to ensure equal access to voting for all citizens of the Moldova. It should be the priority in the next elections. And I think, of course, you can improve the campaign and the good preparation of the elections. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Edith. Chris?
As Edith has said, yes, the use of administrative resources during the campaign was another issue which was mentioned to us during the pre-electoral meetings. There were complaints also to the Central Electoral Commission about this, which, as far as I know, were decided upon. I have to point out also that one of the matters that was constantly brought to our attention by NGOs, also media, and by the political parties in opposition was the composition of CEC, the Central Electoral Commission. Obviously they were always indicating to us that when there is a vote in the CEC, in the Central Electoral Commission, it's always a 6-3 in favor or 6-3 against, depending on the question in front of the CEC. So the current composition is of 6 members nominated by the government and 3 members nominated by the opposition or something on those lines, which various actors in the electoral field pointed out that this should be changed so that the Central Electoral Commission will be more neutral and not seen as 6 appointed by the government, 3 by the opposition. Although I must say that the work that was done and the work that we observed from the Central Electoral Commission was amazing. The training for the elections, the organizing of the elections, the way they combated certain threats, I think they did a really, really good job.
Thank you, Chris. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, would you like to comment on this issue?
When it comes to the CEC composition, it's prescribed by the law. The representatives of the opposition are there. And even if it was more neutral, I think accusations will always continue to be there in a political realm. But you rightly pointed out, and I can confirm that this is the most professional and independent Central Election Commission that we ever had. And this is evidenced by the decisions and by the way it carried and organized the elections. When it comes to the administrative resources, I can tell you from my own personal experience, I have been suspended from office for the duration of the campaign. I have not stepped foot in the ministry. I have driven myself in my own personal car, which my wife was not very happy about because she didn't have a car during the campaign, everywhere where I had to go. And the same is true about all of the other colleagues from the government who had to respect the law and suspend from office. There might have been a few small transgressions here and there when some folks attended certain events that had the government label there, but these are small things compared to what we witnessed before in Moldova and perhaps what we witness in some other countries where there is not real clear division between what are government resources and what are party resources. Here in Moldova, we make a very clear distinction when it comes to that. When it comes to competitiveness of elections, in this chamber now, we have 10 parties represented. In the last legislature, there were 4. So in this current iteration of Parliament, we have a much more diverse representation, and the competitiveness in the elections, you were here to witness it. What a strong, competitive, democratic fight it was. But we also need to be aware, when you have a campaign in which one party, or in fact several parties, but I can speak on behalf of the majority party, was campaigning and sharing with citizens our agenda, our values, our plans, the leaflets that were printed in accordance with the law, and other parties were distributing cash, 100-euro bills. No matter how hard I tried to convince my fellow citizens about Moldova's European future and how we promote democracy and rule of law and women's rights and children's rights, if somebody else is coming and giving them 100 euros in an envelope, that's not a competitive playing field. And speaking of the process of central elections or the judges denying certain parties the right to be in an election, this is a very tough call, I would assume. I wouldn't want to be in the position of the CEC member of the judge that decides on that. But at the same time, when there is clear evidence of campaign corruption, and we've had last year an investigative journalist from the most prominent and reputable Moldova newspaper infiltrate herself in this oligarchic group network and show the entire country and in fact the entire world how this group operates, how it's getting money from the Kremlin through banks, PSB Bank, on Telegram chats, and how they use crypto. So that was all evident. You had a choice. Either you stay idle and do nothing, and you allow the Kremlin to steal our democracy away from us, or you engage. The fact that our institutions took action, that was the only way forward, because the alternative is to end up with a situation where elections are validated, and elections have been defrauded, have not been competitive, but they already validated. And to act and to have any harsh measures after the elections is probably even more problematic. But the worst case scenario is to allow ourselves, under the best intentions, for our enemies, let's not sugarcoat it. The Kremlin is clearly an enemy of democracy. To use the democratic means that we are lucky to have to take democracy away from us. And that is what members of the Venice Commission were telling us, that we don't only have the right, we have the obligation to defend democracy. But of course, how you do it is key, and not use this as a pretext, as excuse to go overboard. And when it comes to the residents of the Transnistrian region of the Republic of Moldova, the number of polling stations and the amount of ballots that was provided, most of those ballots remained unused. And like you pointed out, there were no queues, things were orderly, things were organized well. The same is true for the polling stations in Moscow, which I must admit I myself was surprised that out of 10,000 ballots, only 4,000 were used and 6,000 remained unused, for all the outcry and criticism that we received from our pro-Russian opposition. So the elections were genuinely competitive, democratic, and don't take my word for it. We can look at the international rankings of democracy, human rights, media freedom. Moldova is doing better than most of the EU candidate countries, and dare I say, better than some EU member states.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to Chris for his last comments, I would like to pass the floor to our Secretary General of the Assembly, Mrs. Hadjivasiliou. Despina.
Yes, thank you, President. It was only to remind the members and inform the Deputy Prime Minister and President of Parliament that we had actually even foreseen for the first time an out-of-country voting exercise. It was meant to be a test, and the idea was that exactly diaspora vote can be very decisive and determinant, which was actually the case. So the only reason that this didn't take place finally is because the short notice was really too short for members to be able to do it. But I think it's useful to know that this test exists and it will be put into place for the next possible election. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Despina. Chris, you can add a few words if you want.
So thank you, President. No, I would like to thank all the members of the delegation, because they really did a very good job. We were a very good team. We cooperated really well, and here I would like also to thank the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, the European Parliament, the representatives of the European Parliament, other, but a special thanks also to the Council of Europe's office here in Moldova, Falklang, Sergiu, and the Swiss office here in Moldova that also cooperated really well with our delegation. I think this was a very good experience, seeing a small country. I'm coming from one of the smallest countries in Europe, Malta, but seeing Moldova, another small country, which incidentally took the presidency of the Council of Europe from Malta. We have just finished our presidency. Seeing such a small country withstanding all the attacks it had during the election, being resilient and having this result. Obviously, as I said, and as you said, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, we are being honest in our conclusions and trying not to criticize, but to pinpoint where you could do better. You did really well. You replied really well to the threats that you had, and I think that you did excellent to reply to what happened during the presidential elections 1 year ago, and to reply to the threats or to that what happened during the presidential elections in such a short time till the parliamentary elections. But there is still room for improvement, and I am sure that you will take the recommendations that we put in our report, so that for the next elections, these will also be remedied. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Chris. And now, dear colleagues, we have reached the end of this. I will now take the advantage of the presence of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Speaker, of course, to ask all of you to have a family photo. The photo will be taken in this room. I will invite all members to come closer so that the photographer will take this picture.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats so that we can start our meeting, continue our meeting. I know that it's difficult to come back from the coffee break, but still we have a schedule. Yes. So, dear colleagues, let's continue our meeting. At its meeting yesterday, the Bureau drew up the preliminary draft agenda for the forthcoming Assembly part session. Rule 27.4 of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure stipulates that the draft agenda shall be submitted where possible to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of the draft agenda. The next item on our agenda is references to committees. Document AS per 2025-06 contains the proposals which the Bureau made yesterday. The Standing Committee is invited to ratify the proposals made by the Bureau. Are there any objections? I do not see any objections, so let's move to our next item. We now come to the consideration of the report on preventing and combating gender discrimination in health. The rapporteur of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, Ms. Camila Fabricius, is here with us to present her report. Ms. Fabricius, you have a total of 10 minutes, of which indicatively 7 minutes to introduce the debate and 3 minutes to reply at the end of the debate. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much. Dear President, dear members and dear colleagues, it's an honor and a privilege to be with you here today to present my report of preventing and combating gender discrimination in health, and matter ignored too long by public authorities in Council of Europe's member states. This is why I wanted to work on this topic. With a view to shedding light on it and calling for action. I have decided to focus on women, and their health has been ignored for years, and also on LGBTI persons. Gender discrimination in health is indeed widespread and occurs in all councils of Europe's member states. Gender discrimination in health is a human rights issue. It's a question of unequal treatment. It reflects gender discrimination in society. Gender discrimination in health amplified by intersectional forms of discrimination related to disabilities, age, origin, sexual orientation, sex characteristics, social status, and religion. It has been multiple long-time consequence of health status and beyond. What the first came into the light with my research was the lack of research and the gender bias. Health participation and researchers has gender bias. They will not necessarily take a gender dimension into consideration in their work and assessment on the status of a patient. This can have consequences on health condition. Gender bias can lead to misdiagnosis and lack of treatment. There's also a pain bias. Women's pain, as example, has been minimized by many practitioners. The pain is not heard and not believed, therefore not treated. Diseases like endometriosis take average to 7 to 10 years to be diagnosed, although women with endometriosis experience intensive pain. To this day, no treatment has been found to help with the pain coming from endometriosis, and the sickness has never been and the treatment for the disease has not been found. For years, clinical trials for new medicine has focused mostly on men, not taking into account of specific characteristics of needs of women. Cis men were considered to the norm of medical research, and treatments was designed for them, not for women. there has been an under-representation of women in health research and an under-investment of research for women's health. Autism has been, was for a long thought affected only as men, and therefore not detected from a female patient. The treatment protocol should take into account to needs and specific for all genders. And how can this be achieved? We have to invest in gender sensitivity health research and treatments. We have to invest in gender awareness and training for health practitioners. Adopting Republic policies, recognizing the gender gap in health and calling for concrete actions. And we need to carry on our education and awareness raising campaigns. Investment in women's health and in health of LGBTI persons combating gender discrimination in health has not only moral and social benefits, it also have economic ones. Another dimension in my work consisting sexual and reproductive health care. Person who seeks such as may face questions, judgments, and intention to control their choices and intention. Access to sexual and reproductive health care must be granted it all. It is vital to ensure that all generations has access to informed about sexual and reproductive health and the rights so they can be in a position to make informed choices. Sexist and gender-based violence has also been reported in the health sector regarding a relation between patients and health professionals, among health professionals themselves. Under the hashtag #MeTooHealth, the social media has helped collecting testimonies of violence to bring to public notice and the gender-based violence and discrimination widespread in the health sector. I'm convinced that the general practitioner has played a crucial role in detecting violence and providing support to the survivors. Health practitioners can help a leading role in preventing gender discrimination, and health professionals I met with have stressed the importance of training and persisting difficulties in training medical staff and gender topics. In my view, health professionals also play a crucial role in providing support to LGBTI persons. However, GLBTI persons are still victims of discrimination and experience challenge in access to health care. We should not forget the risk also arise in increasing use to artificial intelligence in health settings. AI system may simply produce human gender bias and minimize women's pain, basing the diagnostic and prevention needs rather than needs expressed by women. And I can see my time is now ending, and I have so much more to see, but this has been a very great written this report, and I have so much support, and I want to thank you, my colleagues, because they have contributed to this report, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur. The floor is now open for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? So, Mrs. Kluit, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the reporter for this really important and underlighted problem in our healthcare sector. I wanted to ask, did you find any different strategies in different countries on how to help women get a better position in the healthcare system?
Thank you, Madam Kluit, and the next speaker will be Madam Lakovic. Please, Madam.
Thank you very much, dear Chair, dear colleagues. Thank you to the reporter for her important and brave work. This report clearly shows that the problem in women's health is not small. It's serious and we must act. Gender inequality in health is real. Millions of women across Europe still have their pain ignored, their symptoms taken less serious, and their illness discovered too late. Many disasters that affect women are still researched less, understood less, and treated later than those affect men. Women are also missing from many clinical studies, so their real needs are not recognized. For too long, medicine has been based mainly on the male body. Because of that, many women fall through the crack of a system that was not created with them in mind. This leads to preventable suffering and health gaps that no modern society should accept. This resolution also reminds us that gender stereotypes still exist in our health systems. To change this, we need political will, education, better guidelines, and investment. The report gives us clean steps steps we can follow. I also welcome that the report recognizes the challenges faced by LGBT people in healthcare. Discrimination, stigma, and lack of knowledge affect many groups, and we must take this seriously. Dear colleagues, supporting this resolution means support scientists and human dignity. Equal access to health is not a privilege, it's a basic right. Our duty is to make sure that every woman in Europe is respected and treated based on fact, not stereotypes. For all these reasons, I strongly support this resolution and encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Lakovic, for your intervention. Does anyone else wish to take the floor? I see no one, so the speakers list is closed. Now I call Ms. Fabricius to reply to the debate. Ms. Fabricius, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your comments. I agree that we have a huge gap, and what Sasha Klintz asked me about is something we can see in the countries. No, there's no country in Europe who is doing a great work. Every country needs a whole plan for women's health. They need studies, and they need to see the health personnel all over Europe. But there is some lighting points. In Great Britain, there is a huge focus on women's menopause. In France, you can see the focus on endometriosis. In Norway, they have a research team about women's health, and in Denmark, my own country, we have just succeeded to have a huge amount money, millions, to make a science center, and we also have discussed with some of the great funds that they should support it. But we need to know that only 4% of all global funding to research in women's health is only 4%. 4% of all funding in health science is for women's diseases, and only 2%, and 2% of those are breast cancer. So every other diseases is only 2%. It's the same for men to get bald. So this is a gap, not only in Europe, it's a gap in globally, and that's also why I have discussed this with the special reports in UN. Dr. T, who has been a huge inspiring of women's health for the global. So we need a plan for all countries, but there's hope. We are standing together, and we can see that the McKinsey report says that if we do those, it's a huge economic reach to get women more healthy and also to get more funding. So thank you very much.
So, and now, in the absence of the chairperson of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, I would like to ask Sevilay Çelenk if she would like to take the floor as the third vice person and give us her views.
Thank you, Chair.
Sevilay.
Dear Ms. Fabricius, dear colleagues, it is an honor to speak on behalf of the Committee of Equality and Non-Discrimination on this very important report. Health is something that concerns all of us, regardless of our political belief or affiliations. Gender discrimination in health exists in most, if not all, Council of Europe member states. It's a serious issue that requires courageous political action and significant investment in research. The consequences of gender discrimination in health are profound. Diseases go undiagnosed and treatments are not developed because of this discrimination, even though half of the population is affected. Several taboos need to be lifted to make women's health and the health of LGBTI persons a true priority. I strongly believe that awareness-raising campaigns with strong, clear messages can start to change mindsets. But awareness alone is not enough. Health practitioners also need to be alert to unconscious gender bias, and we must ensure that there is no impunity for perpetrators of gender-based violence, no matter the sector in which they work. Our committee has held several hearings on preventing and combating gender discrimination in health. During these hearings, members exchanged ideas and best practices with key experts. Ms. Fabricius has been a very active and committed rapporteur. Her work has been recognized as groundbreaking. Today, we all have the opportunity to support a report that not only denounces gender discrimination and violence in healthcare, but also calls for immediate action with concrete recommendations. The committee strongly supports Ms. Fabricius' report and adopted the draft resolution in Malta this September. I sincerely hope that all of you will be able to vote in favor of this resolution. Do not miss this opportunity to support progress and meaningful change for the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, now we have reached the end of the debate. The debate is closed, and I would like to inform you that the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination presented the draft that we have discussed, the draft resolution to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16286. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show your nameplates or hands. Those against? Abstentions? So the draft resolution contained in document 16286 is adopted unanimously as far as I understand. My congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. Item number 12, as you know, we have decided to hold a current affairs debate on citizens' mobilization in the defense of human rights and democracy, recent developments in Latvia. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome our invited guest, Mrs. Beata Ionait, Head of Policy and Advocacy of Marta Center in Riga, and Head Organizer of the mobilization in support of the Istanbul Convention. We are very pleased to have you address the Standing Committee, and without further ado, I first give the floor to Mr. Edmunds Sepuritis from Latvia as well to open the debate. Edmund, you have 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much for the floor. I'm here in the center, as it's not easy to always find. This should not be happening. This is what I told other parliamentarians in the debate last month before the final vote of withdrawing Latvia from the Istanbul Convention. And I had many reasons to say so. I can mention the fact that the decision to withdraw was fast-tracked, that it was never justified by facts, that the process of moving this law was condemned by the civil society, and ignoring countless letters from other parliaments and other officials that we received every hour as we debated the final motion. I quoted some of the chants and posters from the protest the night before. Betrayal was one of the main messages. And that is not how the work of the parliament should be described by thousands of young people and families that gather next to the parliament. This should not have happened, I said, but once all of that has happened, as the majority of parliament voted first to withdraw Latvia from the Istanbul Convention, and then, after moderation from the president, voted to pass this question to the next parliament instead. As all of that has happened, I invite you to shift our focus to those forces that managed to change the trajectory of my country. First, I want to thank for the reactions and urgency with which many of you voiced your opinions, from parliaments, from governments, and also from the president of our assembly himself. These actions had a lot of impact, both in the walls of the parliament and in society. And I thank you very much for all the contributions you made. And then I want to come back home. The actions of Latvian society were crucial in these days. Conventions, with all their significance, are rarely the subject that brings thousands to the streets. But Istanbul Convention has done that in Latvia. In the first large protest, it was 5,000 people. Then, in the second largest protest, more than 10,000 people, which is a very significant number in our country and in our protest culture. So what was their motivation? They were defending the convention. They were also defending the victims of domestic violence. Unfortunately, many of those participating had some stories that they had heard either from their family or from their relatives where this issue has been tragically present. They were also defending our European path and belonging to European values. Latvians were not allowed to participate in developing the European discourse on human rights, democracy, and rule of law until regaining independence 35 years ago. Many leaders from the independence movement gave speeches that day at the protest. For them, it was unacceptable that anyone would once again try to put artificial walls between us and our European friends to separate our work and discussions on protecting human rights from the rest of Europe. And the crowd, many of them joining their first protest ever, agreed. There were artists creating thousands of posters with the same message, choirs singing with the crowd. There were companies coming to the protest together from their offices. And I thank all the organizations and individuals that set up the event. And Beata will probably tell more about how that actually came to place. They were providing a platform to voice people's frustrations with all of what said should not have happened. It demonstrated the strength of our civic infrastructure that we have built in these 35 years once that was allowed to happen. And I also want to stress one specific point, the significance of digital direct participation tools that made the voices of the people even harder to ignore. We have a unique, independently run public initiative tool that is recognized by the Parliament, where by collecting at least 10,000 verified signatures, the initiative is sent to the Parliament. In a few days before the final vote, the initiative not to withdraw from the convention received 10,000 votes. It was sent to the Parliament, but the signatures kept coming, and it reached 35,000 signatures, one of the highest counts ever for that short period. And then after the Parliament voted, in a just few days, a new initiative directed to the President to send the law back to the Parliament. Within just a few days, it received almost 70,000 signatures. It was 4% of our population, and just to contrast, it was 8% of those people who participated in the last parliamentary elections. This is by now the most popular initiative, despite the very short time frame these signatures had to be collected. And just short comment on countering disinformation. I think it helped. What helped was that many independent actors stated clearly from the very start that the disinformation about the convention is not true, and also that these stories have clear links to the narratives developed, spread, and financed by Russia in many European countries. And I could agree to what the Deputy Prime Minister said. I think the decision to act very clearly to counter that was one of those decisive things that helped people to understand what was happening. So to conclude, in Latvia we saw clearly how a strong civic society is a strong safeguard for human rights systems when it is threatened. The organizations and their infrastructure can provide hope when the situation seems hopeless and help people recognize and use their power together to stop recklessness. This is why all attacks that aim to weaken civil society are attacks on democracy itself. The fast mobilization of Latvian society in Riga, in regions, abroad, in many cities where the diaspora live, and also in the digital space, help to avoid a grave mistake. This fight has made us stronger to resist similar campaigns and political blunders in the future. And I wanted to thank everyone who helped in Latvia and across Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edmunds. And now we'll give the floor to the head of Marta Center in Riga, Mrs. Roberta Ionite. Ionite, okay. But if you, Madam Ionite, if you wish, you can speak from the rostrum or from a place, wherever you like.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, I would not be exaggerating by saying that 2 weeks ago on November 6th, we made history. It really doesn't happen often and hasn't happened in decades that Latvians, a reserved Nordic nation, would take to protest in numbers of 10 to 15,000 people. And it is an incredible honor as an activist to be here today and to speak not of the shameful vote of Latvia's parliament to withdraw from the Istanbul Convention, but rather on the resolve of our people, especially our youth, to stand up for our women, for human rights and for democratic values. The Marta Center has been an advocate for the Istanbul Convention since its very origins, and the road towards ratification in 2023 was long and complicated. It took years of dispelling myths, speaking to our policymakers, and even a fatal tragedy happening in Latvia for our country to finally put women's lives first and become party to this convention. As a specialized organization that helps victims, we understand firsthand that this convention is not just a formality. For many, it has been a lifeline. Since ratification, there have been more and faster policy changes and practical improvements for victim protection and prevention of violence than there had been in the past 20 years. Defining and punishing sexual harassment, introducing electronic monitoring of perpetrators, increasing penalties for threats, stalking, physical and emotional violence, for the first time creating a national action plan against violence. These are only some of the successes that followed when Latvia made this international commitment to prioritize battling gender-based violence. Considering that, when we heard the news at the end of September that there was a proposition in Parliament to withdraw from the convention, it came as a shock. There was absolutely nothing that would foreshadow such an abrupt and counter-directional policy shift, and the arguments used by the opposing members of Parliament were completely devoid of logic and factuality, and it was clear from the start that this was not a debate about ideology or even the convention itself, but rather a reckless move to emotionally divide our society and bolster individual political ambitions at the expense of not only victims of violence, but also our country's reputation as a democratic European nation. The mobilization happened immediately. I was in Romania at a conference at the time and instantly started writing a letter to members of parliament, highlighting the many benefits the convention has brought to Latvia. 2 days later, I received a call from a youth organization named Protests, who had initially contacted 14 different NGOs, organized the first call together, and made a WhatsApp group. And we immediately got to planning the first protest. And that one was held on October 2nd. We also immediately began a letter writing campaign to members of parliament from different civil society organizations, mobilized our international partners, and facilitated signature gathering against the withdrawal. I believe that this unity, for the first time in modern Latvian history, was our biggest strength. We saw that different civil society organizations that may not see eye to eye on other issues stood completely united in defense of the convention. We would never be able to achieve what we did if we were just doing it alone by ourselves as one NGO. The WhatsApp group, it kept growing, and we involved activists, artists, and experts one by one, and formed an incredible team where each person was contributing their unique skills. We worked in unison on all 4 protests, and the most recent one was the infamous protest named Let's Defend Mother Latvia, held on November 6th at the Dome Square. Social media played a key role in this mobilization. I personally have been public on social media for most of my life, and as someone who represents the Marta Center, Latvia's leading organization against gender-based violence, I had the unique privilege of being physically present in any room, committee meeting, or parliament sitting where the decisions were being made on this topic. So I did what I knew to do best. I spoke very openly and earnestly about what was happening in these meetings on TikTok and on Instagram through video format, and highlighted the decision-making process and procedure, which often was incredibly disrespectful towards experts and towards civil society, and very weak in its argumentation. I made it my mission to vocalize what is often left behind closed doors, and people started listening. It was not long until every video I uploaded got up to 200 to 300,000 views across platforms, and you could really feel a shift happening. With weeks passing, it became no longer just about the convention, but about where we are heading as a country. Are we heading towards populism and ignorance, or remaining on the course of human rights values? The convention became a hot topic at every dinner table. Celebrities and influencers started getting involved. Traditional media outlets, TV, radio, printed media, also understood their role in defending Mother Latvia. The protest was no longer something marginal, only reserved for the so-called liberal youth, but it had moved into the mainstream and had come to symbolize a broader societal awakening, a collective refusal to abandon the principles that underpin a democratic and inclusive nation. The protest itself was patriotic and emotional, with incredible speakers who stood at the helm of our independence movement in the 80s and 90s, with folk songs and singing our anthem together. Men, women, children, young and old, all peacefully standing side by side for our country and our women. Standing there and addressing those thousands was a feeling that I cannot put into words. It was also incredible that all of our efforts mobilized Latvians in other cities and our diaspora as well. There were protests held simultaneously in Tallinn, Vilnius, Tartu, Stockholm, Oslo, Helsinki, Berlin, Paris, Vienna, Brussels, The Hague, Madrid, London, and even in New York, Washington, and Minneapolis, and Toronto. So where does this leave us now, and what can Europe learn from our experience? Even before the protest finally happened, the president made the decision to not sign the law to withdraw from the convention, voted upon by 56 members of parliament. Over 70,000 signatures, as my colleague mentioned, were gathered in just 4 days, asking the president to not sign the law. That was our first big victory. Based on interviews and individual communication, you could truly sense fear and in some cases regret in the politicians who voted to withdraw. None of them ever expected this to blow up the way it did. It was unprecedented. In the days that followed, political parties reached a consensus to defer any further decisions regarding the convention to the next parliament, which will be elected in 2026. That was another victory for civil society. Finally, last Friday, the most recent party rating surfaced. The rating of the party that proposed the withdrawal increased, which was expected as they orchestrated the process very deliberately for a very particular audience of right-wing voters. However, the ratings clearly showed large losses for parties that had previously positioned themselves on the rational end of conservatism, but took the populist bait and voted against the convention. In contrast, ratings for the parties supporting the convention increased. This shift strongly indicates that the majority of Latvians who do not hold radical views and tend to be undecided rejected this political maneuver and stood in support of human rights-based governance. Unfortunately, there is also a darker side to this, and we as civil society and activists, as well as supporting politicians, are suffering the consequences of it all. I read unimaginable things, degrading comments in the hundreds every day, and even rape threats and death threats. Sadly, that is the price you pay when you dare to speak publicly and advocate for change, especially as a woman. There is also now a widespread attack on civil society as a whole. There are currently political debates around dissolving state funding for NGOs, sending audits onto organizations that help victims, and even organized scam calls to crisis centers and helplines, making our job increasingly more challenging. Yet, despite these pressures, we remain determined. The past months have shown that when society stands together, even the most disruptive political decisions can be met with dignity, courage, and a strong commitment to democratic values. Latvia's experience offers an important lesson for Europe. Investments in civic resilience, youth engagement, and ensuring transparent policymaking are not abstract goals. They are essential safeguards for human rights. We often hear that the youth is apolitical and they don't care. But that is until you show them through their platforms and in their language how politics affects them personally and in turn how they can affect politics. We didn't just mobilize protesters in Latvia. We awakened a new generation of voters. The months leading up to the election in Latvia will likely become even more turbulent, but we have already demonstrated what we are capable of. We have built a community and a movement that will stand with us regardless of the challenge at hand. And we will face the challenges ahead with resolve and with confidence in the values that unite us. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Beata. Dear colleagues, the debate is open, and I would like to give the floor first to the representatives of the political groups. Since Mr. Sepuritis has already spoken on behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, I will give the floor to Georgios Stamatis on behalf of the EPP party. George.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to mention that the Istanbul Convention belongs to our legacy, and we have to protect this convention. And especially for the new generations, for the new members of our parliaments, for the new members of our parties that want to be a politician, the Istanbul Convention has to be a guide for against violence for women and girls, and guide for more democracy in our countries. And of course, I need to mention that the women of Latvia need our support after their fight against the legislation in the Latvian Parliament. We have, as a parliamentarians, the duty to support not only the Latvian people, the Latvian protest, but also to encourage and to empower the Latvian authorities, the Latvian human rights defenders and civil society, and of course, we have to fight and to defend the voices, the free voices in the Latvian society. This convention is for every woman and girl something that we need as a society. They have to live free from the violence, and we must to give them the opportunity not only to not accept what happened in the last days in the Latvian political scene, but we have to find new leaders from civil society to protect the Istanbul Convention. And as a Greek, as a member of European People's Party, we don't have to accept for the future this kind of legislations in the other European countries, because our values is not negotiation, and Istanbul Convention belongs to our values. Thank you.
Thank you, George. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, Martin Graf. Martin, you have the floor.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich werde auf Deutsch sprechen. Ja, also meine Fraktion ist auch der Meinung, dass die Willensbildung vor Ort und im Land selbst vorgenommen werden soll und man möglichst darauf achten soll, dass nicht politische Beeinflussung aus dem Ausland im Vorfeld der Wahlen in Lettland vorkommen. Ich glaube, dass die Istanbul-Konvention wird ja nicht von allen Ländern derzeit unterstützt, die Mitglied des Europäischen Councils sind. Und es gibt viel Diskussionsbedarf aufgrund relativ vieler unklarer Definitionen und Begriffen, die natürlich unterschiedlich auch immer da und dort ausgelegt werden. Ich glaube, es ist eine Frage des Informationsmangels da und dort, und das wird man auch im Inland beheben müssen. Ich denke, man muss auf der anderen Seite auch Vorsorge tragen, wenn vorgeworfen wird, dass es hier um eine Kampagne gegangen ist, die aus dem Ausland hineingetragen wurde nach Lettland, dass unter Umständen die Willensbildung in Lettland noch nicht so weit gewesen ist, wie sich manche oder viele auch wünschen würden. Ich bin froh, dass dieser Prozess nun in dem Stadium ist, in der er sich befindet. Es wird sich in der Wahlkampagne, bin ich sicher, auch noch zeigen, wie sich das lettische Volk am Ende entscheiden wird. Und ich möchte nur davor warnen, dass man übermäßige Einflussnahme in fremden Ländern bei Wahlen oder im Vorfeld von Wahlen hier eine größere Bedeutung schenkt. Danke.
Thank you, Martin. Now, Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo. Beatrice, on behalf of ALDE, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis honorée de parler sur un débat dont la mise à l'ordre du jour a été demandée par mon groupe, soutenu par les groupes socialistes, PPE et UL. L'histoire nous a montré que lorsque les citoyens s'unissent pour défendre les valeurs qui nous sont chères, ils peuvent opérer des changements significatifs en maintenant la pression sur les responsables politiques et garantir le respect des droits fondamentaux et ainsi contribuer à un environnement où les droits humains sont respectés et promus. Pour ma part, il est rassurant de constater que lorsque les décideurs politiques s'attaquent aux droits sociaux, sociétaux et démocratiques, la mobilisation citoyenne peut s'organiser pour porter les voix des citoyens et des électeurs. Ce qui s'est passé en Lettonie en est un exemple. La mobilisation autour de la Convention d'Istanbul, instrument juridique de haut niveau en matière de lutte contre les violences à l'encontre des femmes, nous montre bien à quel point les citoyens sont non seulement attachés aux avancées portés par notre organisation, mais aussi attachés à leur participation aux grandes décisions. Cette convention, citée, je vous le rappelle, dans de nombreux rapports de l'Assemblée, ne veut que promouvoir des politiques efficaces et des législations appropriées en abordant les violences à l'encontre des femmes de manière systématique et coordonnée. Depuis mon arrivée au sein de cette Assemblée, j'ai pu constater que des progrès notables ont été faits dans de nombreux pays, dont le mien, sur ce sujet grâce à la Convention d'Istanbul. Des lois ont été introduites pour renforcer la protection des victimes et punir les agresseurs. Des campagnes de sensibilisation ont été lancées pour éduquer le public sur les conséquences dévastatrices de la violence domestique et sur l'importance du consentement. Les prises en charge des victimes ont été améliorées. Nos sociétés doivent condamner fermement toute forme de violence. Et vous l'avez signalé, Madame Jonit, la Convention a sauvé et continue de sauver des vies. Le président du groupe ALDE, Julian Boulay, a d'ailleurs dit, et je le cite avec plaisir, « La Convention d'Istanbul n'est pas une question d'idéologie, c'est une question de protection, de prévention et de justice. » Le groupe ALDE reste évidemment attaché à cette convention primordiale pour les droits des femmes et est extrêmement préoccupé par toutes les campagnes de désinformation et des manipulations contre la Convention d'Istanbul qui prennent place en Europe et au-delà. Ce n'est pas de l'ingérence que nous faisons dans les affaires lettonnes, c'est un rappel aux engagements pris par les États membres de notre organisation. Nous sommes donc ici dans notre rôle. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Beatrice. On behalf of United European Left, it is Sevilay Seleng. Sevilay.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, what we are witnessing today in Latvia feels some of us like a troubling déjà vu. The political targeting of the Istanbul Convention, the parliamentary debates over withdrawal, and the recent decision to postpone such a move closely echo earlier cycles we observed in Turkey, as well as episodically in Poland. Although Poland, Turkey, or Latvia are very different political and social contexts, the terminology, the narratives, and even the misconceptions mobilized against the convention are strikingly similar. The Istanbul Convention is one of the most significant international achievements in combating domestic violence and gender-based violence. For women in Turkey, its adoption in Istanbul in 2011 and Turkey's position as the first signatory were sources of immense pride. Yet, after years of orchestrated attacks, this protection was taken away. As grave reports and numerous civil society analyses note, the convention became a convenient political instrument, invoked not because it posed a genuine threat to family values, but because women's rights remain one of the most easily weaponized arenas in populist politics. The same pattern is now visible in Latvia. Claims that the convention promotes gender ideology mirror precisely the disinformation used in Turkey. In reality, the convention mentions gender identity only once. I wish it was more, in the context of non-discrimination. Turkey's experience after withdrawal should serve as a cautionary tale. While causality is complex, research by women's organizations and monitoring bodies indicates that withdrawal contributed to an environment of impunity and coincided with a rise in the severity of violence. Parliaments now have a responsibility to communicate clearly what the convention actually is, a life-saving human rights instrument, and to prevent the distortion for short-term political gains. The universal threat of gender-based violence demands not retreat, but renewed commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sevilay. And I will now open the floor to colleagues. I have noted that Mr. Boulay was the first to ask the floor, and then it's Petra Bayer.
Thank you so much, President. It is extraordinary what has happened in Latvia in terms of reaction, and I congratulate you, Beata, for your work and determination and capacity to mobilize so many people, and I congratulate everyone being open to support you. But I just have to say that I'm very thankful for the support in terms of accepting this debate for the following group as we proposed it. Social Democrats support it, Christian Democrats support it, radical left support it. Many individuals non-affiliated support it, so there is a great, fantastic majority in Europe understanding that convention, the Istanbul Convention, it's not a matter of ideological games, it's just a matter of saving human lives in Europe. And it's a very pragmatic engagement of the countries, not a matter of playground for fighting ideologies. Only that I wanted to mention, and great gratitude towards you and Despina for the great work of having this possible, because we should also take pride in echoing the protests that have been organized by the fantastic civil society in Latvia. And that's an example that we should not allow any member countries of this assembly, but mostly EU countries too, to have any withdrawal from this type of convention without a strong reaction from all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Julian. Petra Bayer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Beata. I also want to applaud you and thank you very much for sharing this experience. And I think that it really can be used as a blueprint for other opportunities. Also, thank you very much, Edmunds. He alerted us very, very early on what's going on. So also we were aware. And I really would have loved if the whole Council of Europe really would have spoken out at this moment and really be clear against these attempts to weaken the Istanbul Convention. I want to congratulate the courage and the civil society engagement that you were successful in halting these ideas full of populism and ignorance that would deprive simply people from their fundamental rights. And I want to applaud all those who resisted these ideas of populism and ignorance, but realized that our legal efforts, which in here are quite theoretically, really can be enforced into practice for the benefit of the people to protect women and girls from gender violence, from gender-based violence, and from domestic violence. And I really do not want to imagine what we would be debating now here today if you haven't been successful. We would mourn about a situation that not only the protection of women and girls would have been weakened, but also our credibility, the credibility of the whole Council of Europe and of the whole international law system and the rule of law would have been weakened, and that of course would be really a shame. And it would be, as Sibila already said, it would have been the second country, and that really would be maybe a start for something that we might not be able to hold later on. So at the same time as we celebrate this victory, we also have to be alerted, and I already shared it yesterday in the Bureau, but I will do it again. We should also be aware that in Cyprus there are some movements at the moment Cyprus will vote in May, April or May, and in spring next year. And there are some movements that try to misuse the Istanbul Convention and are now putting in their campaign the idea to kick out some women of the protection, trans women. And we know from a report of Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo that trans women are especially often focus and victim of gender-based violence, and I really want to criticize that very, very fundamentally, that populist movements use international law, use human rights of some people just for their campaigns, and take the risk that some could be left without any protection, and risk disadvantage for people enjoying the human rights, which doesn't bring anybody else an advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Madame Besaite, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gender equality and women's rights are fundamental pillars of our democratic struggle. Today, these core values are under direct attack from rising far-right extremism and anti-gender movement across Europe. Europe must become zero-tolerance zone for gender-based violence, physical, sexual, or psychological, online or offline. The populace has opposed gender equality and women's rights, particularly sexual and reproductive health and rights, as central part of its rhetoric and tactics to advance its sexist, nationalist, and racist agenda. Even Putin uses so-called traditional family values as tool for propaganda in order to justify his bloody war. Latvian Parliament attempts to withdraw from Istanbul Convention indicates how vulnerable our democratic values are. Our discussion today comes with a broader agenda of the Council of Europe's commitment to equality and non-discrimination, including upcoming debates on gender-related issues. We should strongly support the strengthening of European mechanisms for combating discrimination, the implementation of Istanbul Convention principles, regardless of ratification status, greater cooperation among parliaments, the advancement of gender-equal policies across member states. Thank you.
So much, thank you. I see no other colleagues who have... okay, Lord Jones.
Thank you very much. Can I just begin what I'm going to say by asking colleagues to reconsider the use of the word populists. It implies that populists are popular, and they're not. They're a minority. Reactionary is a better word from my perspective, but I know it's a word it's coming to common usage, but not one that I like. I cannot understand why anybody would think that it would be to their electoral advantage to appear to ignore or condone violence against women. It is a sign that those people wish to support inadequate men who use violence against women. That's the word that I would use for them. There are those who say that this is a defense of traditional family values. Violence against women is not part of traditional family values. A healthy, functioning family is not one based on fear or violence. I was fortunate I didn't grow up in such a family. There are some who will have experience of it, but nobody could surely say that that is the sign of a normal family. And a society that condones or ignores violence against women is not a healthy, functioning society. So what I want to do is just to conclude by offering my admiration and support to what happened in Latvia. It shows that reactionary politics and reactionary movements can be defeated by the sheer will of the people. And that's something we should take heart in, that it is not inevitable that those forces will have their way over the next 5 to 10 years. So, Latvia, thank you very much for the work that you've done. I know that it's difficult. I know there are threats from people who I find difficult to find words to describe that are made to women online. Those threats are very rarely carried out. They're just words from people who think they're tough and they are not. Well done for what happens. I'm sure that I speak for many in this room that it is surprising that we still have a situation where people think that we can revisit the issue of violence against women and go back 100 to 200 years as if that was the best time in history. It is not. So those are my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lord Jones. Octavia Moder.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Juste pour ajouter que malheureusement, nous ne pouvons plus être certains, paraît-il, que nos valeurs fondamentales communes restent communes. Nous en étions si sûrs, certains et rassurés si longtemps de ces progrès-là. Il faut faire attention et être vigilant que ce n'est pas le début d'un changement de mentalité plus intégral et que notamment et justement les droits des femmes soient mis à l'écart et finalement en parallèle ceux de minorités tout court au linol. Merci.
Thank you, Octavia. Edith Estrella.
Thank you very much, dear President. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate the guest speakers. And allow me to express, first of all, my pride that my country, Portugal, was the first country to ratify the Istanbul Convention. And it has been exemplary in adopting laws against gender-based violence and in welcoming, for instance, refugees from other countries. However, many Portuguese women continue to be murdered by their male or former partners. But I would like to draw your attention to the increasing violence on social media. On social media, women's human rights are not respected, as they are the primary victims of hate speech, insults, and humiliation. Since there is no appropriate legislation, everything happens on social media. I leave this warning and call for the adoption of laws to hold human rights crimes against women on social media. The European Parliament adopted the Digital Act service, I think is this name. But the member states didn't approve it, didn't adopt it. So it's necessary because women are every day victims of violence in social media, and with artificial intelligence, things are now worse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edith. I see no other colleagues to ask the floor. So, since we have the privilege to have our Secretary General of the organization, Mr. Alain Berset, with us, I would like to ask him to share some thoughts with us. Dear Alain, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear President, dear Theodoros. Thank you very much for having this very important discussion now, because as you mentioned, and as we all know, the Istanbul Convention is a very extremely important convention. I'm not trying to make a ranking about conventions, but this convention has really a concrete impact, positive impact on the daily lives of people and citizens in our countries. And I just want to mention here that I experienced this also on first hand, being during 12 years a member of the government in Switzerland, because I was in charge of the signature, then the ratification with the Parliament, and then the implementation. And I can tell you it changed a lot of things. We had the possibility also based on the convention to double the resources, the public resources addressing violence against women and girls, and it really made the difference in the countries. And I want also to mention this because at the same time we are noting that the evolution in a lot of member states is going in the wrong direction. It is growing. We have more and more violence against women and girls. It means that we are not doing enough at the moment, that we should also consider the possibility to do more, because once again it has really a concrete positive impact, but not enough. The second element, I think this situation in Latvia was more than just a discussion on one convention in Latvia. And we should consider the whole context of this situation. It is a context of growing pressure on international law, on conventions, on multilateral organizations, and it is with, in this case, like in a lot of other comparable cases, no objective reason to do this. And I think we should also see this situation as a test against our societies. And it is larger than Latvia and larger than the Istanbul Convention. We had, in other contexts, other situations where we saw more or less the same forces in action, not to mention the Migration Pact years ago in Europe. It was not concerning directly the Council of Europe, but despite this fact, it was an important element. And it was clear that Latvia would be a possible field to make this test because of the recent adoption of the Istanbul Convention. I mean, we should really consider this before to continue the discussion and to see what it means next. You can imagine that with the Secretariat, we have been in very close contact with the government in Latvia and with the President on this issue. And it was really interesting for me to see that it is not a situation that we see in a lot of different, that we see that often, to note that also all the reactions from the NGOs and from the public, in general, it is reaction and demonstration against the government, against the ruling party. Here it was not the case. All the signals I received was a strong support from the government for the Istanbul Convention, and also from the President. That means here it was something a bit special, a bit different. It was a reaction publicly with the NGO, and thank you for the presentation you made, against a coalition uniting, trying to make a majority in the Parliament to have this impact about the withdrawal of the Convention. I can also tell you that a few days before the last moment and the vote in the Parliament, we took contact with the Office of the President in Latvia, with the aim to have a contact and then to see how we can make sure at my level now that it is possible to have the best possible impact for Latvia and supporting Latvia and the Istanbul Convention and the government in this situation. And I understood in this contact that it was not seen as the best moment for me to have this contact with the President. I can also understand why. We have different roles to play with different institutions at the Council of Europe. It was probably because it was seen as a possible element with taking with it some risk, being instrumentalized exactly by the people wanting to have a majority for the withdrawal. With the risk, in the very short term, to have been addressed as, look, an international organization, the Secretary General, is telling us what we should do. And it was interesting, this element was also present in your debate this morning. That means I decided to remain calm on this, but always ready to support and to help to see what we can do. We have also had contacts and discussion with the Grevio. Grevio had an interesting visit exactly 2 days after the vote. And you can imagine that we strongly supported also this step, and we are waiting now to have the result of this visit. I just want to add 2 points. The first is about interferences, not only in elections, foreign interferences in election, and we are here in the country, and Chris said that before what it meant also for Moldova. It is not only concerning elections, it can also concern other elements of public discussion, and I think, I'm not sure, but it would be interesting to hear you about this, that this foreign interferences in this situation was also more or less present. When it is my interpretation, I'm not sure about this, but when I see how it was possible to have this majority uniting in the Parliament against the Convention, I had a strong feeling that it was not only a Latvian discussion, if I may say it so clear, and it underlined one more time the importance to work on this. That's why we continue to work on the possible convention on disinformation. We are at the very center of the discussion, and foreign interferences. And my very last point, also thanking you both for the first intervention, telling us how the things was made. The most important thing for me now, and it was, I'm missing a bit this discussion in this context now. It is from now, okay, we can speak about the past, the reaction, strong reaction from NGO and the public, that's very strong. Supporting government, I mean, it's interesting, but trying to, it was against the majority in the Parliament. But from now, we have 1 year. I mean, Latvia has 1 year until the next election, the next discussion. And the question is, what can we do? What should we do from now? Not looking back, but looking forward. What should we do and what can we do to have the most strongest possible stability in this discussion, to make sure that we have not again, you know, in 1 year the same discussion with a possible withdrawal and maybe a difficult situation, more difficult situation for the president, for the authorities. And also to avoid, I mean, that even if we cannot predict the result of the elections next year for the Parliament, that we see if it's possible to have more objective views on this convention, because as I feel the situation, nobody or very few people are telling that it is not the basics to fight against the violence against women and girls. Only very few people are still thinking that it is a private thing, private matter, and it is not concerning the society. And in this situation, where we have this huge support for the substance, we should also have a strong support for the convention. And it is a bit a pity that we are not having this at the moment, on seeing that it is developing, I think for all the reasons, not in a good situation, as I mentioned before. It is part of a more general context, and not only Latvia and not only the convention. So let us think maybe between the Secretariat, PACE and other institutions, what we can do, thanking and supporting what you did in the last month and weeks to make sure that we have the best possible situation now. But what we can do for the next month and few years, supporting Latvia, supporting the convention, other conventions at the same time, and avoiding or making it impossible that this evolution continue to go in the wrong direction.
Dear Alain, I see that our guest, Mrs. Ionita, would like to take again the floor.
Yes, just a short comment on the question of what we can do in the future. Something that was very present in Latvia was that there weren't many discussions about whether violence is something you do or don't support. Everyone was very much against violence, but the problem was the misinformation and the lack of understanding of the different terms in the convention. So something that the Council of Europe could do is to work on explaining these terms, because we as NGOs have been speaking from every possible resource where we could, explaining the term gender, for example, that gender here refers to men and women, it refers to social norms, to stereotypes. It means that in simple language, if you are, for example, a woman who looks masculine and goes to a shelter, you will not get declined because you are a woman who looks masculine, or so on. It speaks about that, but it doesn't speak about. We've heard insane arguments. Men going into women's showers and toilets because of the convention. Your kids will get taken away if you don't change their genders in kindergarten. The education system will be overflowing with gender ideology. So all of these things that actually have nothing to do with the convention itself, which these are these bizarre arguments, and that's something that we don't have the capacity and resources and the financial resources as well to keep fighting against, because these make no sense. So if the Council of Europe could more strongly explain these terms and their interpretation, that would be very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give now the floor to Edmund Sekpuritis for his final conclusions or comments.
Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. A few responses. First to Martin Graf and the Conservatives group on casting doubt whether the comments from other countries, from parliamentarians and governments and the Council of Europe, were they appropriate? In my view, I can say quite firmly that the majority of the Latvian society do take the sort of comments and interest of what is happening in our political circle very positively. For us, it is a privilege to be here as members of the Council of Europe, and that's not something we take for granted as all of our integration in European institutions, and that involves being part of those discussions, hearing the opinions, and yes, in many cases, protecting democracy and rules-based order from political blunders. That is, in my opinion, very positively seen in our society. On the larger point of disinformation and how to, basically what is the best course of action now once we've seen these past few months, yes, we do see that disinformation is the same in Turkey, in Poland, in Latvia, and in many other countries. So, and we have quite a lot of research of seeing where the funding for that has come from, what are the sort of anti-gender ideologies as a concept, and all of this alternative reality, how that has been built. I think that's something I also take from our case, that we can still be even stronger in more clearly linking that to Russian interference attempts. And of course, we can't have the same level of evidence as it would be asked in courts, that the narratives developed and then taken from other organizations show that that element of collaboration and perhaps special interests. I also can't at this moment present you with evidence about these campaigns, although there are of course strong doubts. So I think the course of action is to just be a bit more brave in taking these stances, and perhaps even not having all of the evidence of this information, who's funding it, making these sort of opinions, comments, and making these links that we in this audience see quite clearly more visible also to society as a whole. And related to that, I think also the tools that we have for highlighting the disinformation and fact-checking, these could still be developed in order not to just state the facts, but also work on the communication to do that. You know, of course, the European Union and the Democracy Shield initiative is looking in that direction, and perhaps there is a way how, if we face organized disinformation campaign, we can still be. We have some initiatives, but we can still be better organized in our side in countering this disinformation. And just the last thing I quickly wanted to say about the Istanbul Convention is the legacy of this organization, which I strongly agree. I just wanted to share that moment in the protest when the crowd was chanting yes to the convention and no to violence. And that, of course, is a great achievement, that convention is not only effective, but also has become popular in a way that they can even be heard, that there can even be chants like that in the crowds of more than 10,000 people. And I think we have to celebrate that legacy.
I would like to add a few comments. Let us remember that domestic violence is included in this convention. And let us remember that after the COVID-19, we had an increase of domestic violence up to 32%, which is a very high percentage. And as far as the Latvian Parliament is concerned, you all know that I have sent a letter to my colleague, the Speaker of the Latvian Parliament, immediately. And I just want to remind, and this is what I have told to my letter, that the same Parliament, last year, the same Parliament has voted for the Convention. So the Convention, or the principles of the Council of Europe, it's not like the film Gone with the Wind. It is not like Scarlett O'Hara, who constantly adapts her behavior, loyalties, and even her principles and morals to whatever happens. The conventions are there to protect humanity. I want to thank you all for participating in a real interesting discussion. I want to thank especially the Secretary General Embese, who stayed up to now with us. And I would like to tell you, dear colleagues, that we are going to interrupt now our meeting for the lunch break. As I'm informed, the buses are already here. They have arrived earlier. And they are going to take us to the restaurant where we can enjoy a buffet lunch. We will resume our meeting this afternoon at 2:30, and have in your mind that at 3:30 there is a round table on violence against women and the role of parliaments and parliamentarians in implementing the Council of Europe Istanbul Convention. So thank you all, bon appetit, and thanks to the interpreters as well. Dear colleagues, I always have complaints from colleagues who are coming from the UK that we don't start sharp. And I think that we could have the exception today, starting with a 2 minutes delay. So I want to welcome you back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. This afternoon, we will debate 3 reports by the Rules Committee. We will start with the consideration of the report on identifying and managing conflicts of interest in the Parliamentary Assembly. The rapporteur of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities, Mr. Sergei Vlasenko, is here with us to present his report. Sergei, you know, of course, that you have in total 10 minutes, of which indicatively 7 minutes to introduce the debate and 3 minutes to reply at the end of the debate. Of course, as always, you know that I'm more flexible. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. It's a pity, but I didn't join the lunch with you. But
I think you haven't tried the wine here.
Yeah.
So this is.
I will try to join the dinner.
This is my advice.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, talking about the report, dear colleagues, we all know that we should manage and deal with the conflict of interest. First of all, I would like to say that this report and this resolution is of very common nature. It is not digging into the details. It is dealing only with several issues. Because we have that problem that some people during the Rules Committee try to put in that resolution some specific things. They may be good, they may be not, but that's not the place for them in this resolution. The resolution is dealing only with several things. First of all, with the definition of a conflict of interest. Because we dig into the best practices and we try to find the best definition for identifying the conflict of interest. The second issue the resolution is dealing with is that it proposes that the Assembly should have a clear guidance for identifying and managing the conflict of interest. Just a common thing, and I think and hope that this guidance should be very easy to understand. It could be updated and reviewed regularly based on the best practices of this Assembly. The third issue is that we name the officials who could give the members the confidential advice how to deal or manage with the conflict of interest. These 2 persons are the ethical officer of the Council of Europe and the Honorable Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly. I will stress your attention that confidential advice. And advice is not obligatory, and that will be confidential for you to understand where the conflict exists and how to manage it. And that's it. And also, we propose to simplify a little bit the text of the Code of Conduct. That are the 4 new issues we are dealing with in that resolution. I have a little bit more of time, and I will just use this time to deal with the amendments which were proposed to the draft resolution. Saying commonly, the 2/3 of these amendments are in line with the report, but the devil is in details, and I have some questions to the wording of that. Not to the sense of the amendments, but to the wording of that. And being honest with you, I think that the right place for the majority of that amendments is not this resolution, but the guidance. The guidance will be revised and adopted by the Rules Committee during its meeting in Paris on 12th of December. And I think that the majority of the proposals which were proposed by the authors of the amendment will be reflected in the guidance. And for example, for sure, the professional expertise of previous professional experience shall not in itself constitute a conflict of interest, for sure. But the place for that is in guidance, because it is explaining the details. I agree with that, but it should be inside the guidance. The same situation is with the last amendment saying that advice is not binding. That advice is not binding by definition, because that's advice. It's up to you to decide whether to take this advice or not to take this advice. But if we need to clarify that in more strong words, we can do that in guidance. No problem with that. Absolutely no problem with that. Also, we have the second amendment saying about the persons who are the close connections. That's also a specific thing which should be in guidance. And in nowadays guidance, we have this list of the persons who consider to be the close connection to the member in the issue of the conflict of interest. I think we can do that. I could propose that compromise to the author of the amendments, that we can deal with that in the guidance. And that will be the right place, that will be a right wording, and we will decide, and I hope we will find a solution over there. That's why saying strictly and openly, from the philosophical perspective, I support the amendments, but from the technical thing, I should say that I'm against a little bit. So I will save you some 2 minutes, and maybe it will be helpful for the Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Sergei. And now the floor is open for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Yes, Martin. Mr. Graf.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will speak in German. Ja, ich bin sehr erfreut, oder wir sind sehr erfreut, wenn der Berichterstatter vermeint, dass er sich anfreunden kann mit den vorgeschlagenen Abänderungen. Ich will das eigentlich jetzt in der Diskussion nur präzisieren. Hat er jetzt gesagt, oder Sergej, hast du jetzt gesagt, dass du dem zustimmst oder dass du das akzeptierst, diese Änderungsanträge, oder nur einige davon, oder du hast auch gesprochen von einem Kompromiss? Vielleicht sollten wir das kurz noch klären, in welche Richtung das geht, weil wenn grundsätzlich zugestimmt wird, sind wir relativ rasch fertig, weil dann können wir auch vorbehaltslos dem Report zustimmen. Und ich denke, dass alle 4 Amendments lediglich eine Präzisierung darstellen zu dem vorhandenen Text, weil der vorhandene Text auch anders interpretiert werden könnte, sollte er stehen bleiben, wie er ist. Und um nichts anderes ist es in diesem Fall gegangen, dass man hier möglichen Interpretationen oder überschießenden Interpretationen auch vorbeugt. Danke.
Thank you, Martin. Who else would like to take the floor? So it looks that it can be a dialogue between Martin and Sergej. Sergej, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to answer briefly, but very precisely. I'm in favor of the ideology of the amendments. The ideology is very correct and right, but the wording of the amendment and the place where the amendment are proposed to be inserted is not correct. As you've mentioned, the resolution is very wide and it could be interpreted. For the interpretation of the resolution, we propose to adopt the guidance. The guidance will be adopted by the Rules Committee on the 12th of December. And in the guidance, we should put parts of that amendment, because that will be the right place. We shouldn't overload the resolution with the details, because the resolution is not about the details. We had totally the same discussion during the committee meeting, because some of my colleagues during the committee meetings also proposed some specific things. But this resolution is not a right place where these things should be inserted. We should insert them into the guidance. And we are ready to accept 2/3 of the proposals which are in the amendments. I think the mostly discussable will be the amendment number 3. It will be mostly discussable. But amendment number 1, 2, as for me 4 is okay, it will be much more easily to implement them. So my proposal as a compromise is not to discuss the amendments right now, because I will be obliged to say that I'm against, but we could discuss them during the adoption of the guidance. And it will be the right time, it will be the right place where to discuss it and to put inside the guidance, but not the resolution. I think I answered your question.
Thank you, Sergei. Is anybody else who would like to take the floor on this? Martin. I predicted that.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, ja, also mein Vertrauen ist sehr groß, aber es ist nicht grenzenlos, möchte ich vielleicht an dieser Stelle sagen. In den Erläuterungen, in den Guidance, das unterzubringen, ist eine Möglichkeit, aber es ist tatsächlich nicht der Text, über den abgestimmt wird. Das müssen wir uns auch im Klaren sein. Und die Frage wird sein, wenn wir dann im Komitee darüber sprechen, wie wird das dann prozedural, wie wird das dann gemacht, dass man dann diese von uns aus Änderungswünsche, hier jetzt Erläuterungen, dass man es in den Erläuterungen festhält, dass das auch tatsächlich bindend vorkommen wird. Das ist halt das Thema. Wenn wir heute diesem Antrag zustimmen, dann wird, oder diesem Report, dann wird der Report so, wie er ist, angenommen, ohne Guidance. Und das ist halt die Frage, wann kommen die dazu? Ja.
So, Martin, let me tell you first of all that there is a technical issue because Elisabetta, who is the mover of the amendments, is not here. If you are going to support the amendments, of course, they will be discussed and then we are going to vote on them. But this is an issue that will come later, not much later, but in the few next minutes. So, if none of colleagues wants to take the floor and comment or say an opinion on that, we are going now to the second part. Sorry. Octavia?
Sorry, I just wanted to state that I think what the rapporteur has proposed is very reasonable, and that would find my accord, and I think we have his word that he will raise in this direction into the next committee of rules.
Thank you. So now I will give again the floor to Mr. Vlasenko to reply to the debate, and then the chairperson of the committee. Sergei.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I will say it once more, that I agree with you that the resolution is common because it is dealing with the definition, it is dealing with the implementing of the person whom we could ask for advice, and so on. Yes, and especially because we need the implementation of this resolution and we need the clarification of this resolution. Also, in this resolution, we propose that the Assembly should have a guidance. The guidance is a document with the concrete rules saying that this is this, this is this, and this is this. Easy. That's why the issues proposed by the amendments are specific ones. They should be reflected, for sure, but not in the resolution, but in the guidance. That's the only thing I would like to say to you. That's the only thing. I think that we will find the compromise about discussing the amendments when we will be discussing guidance. Because, for example, let's take amendment number 1. Professional expertise or previous professional experience shall not in itself constitute a conflict of interest unless a direct or specific personal benefit related to the subject.
I have to interrupt you because, okay, you can use, of course, your time and say your argument, but if we are to enter the amendments and speak for or against the amendments, it's the procedure just after Mr. Evstathi will take the floor.
Thank you, President.
If you want to give your argument now, it's okay. I'm not going to.
I just like to say that this amendment consists of 2 parts. I agree with the first one, but I disagree with the second one. Because we have an example. For example, you are a lawyer and you have a report dealing with your law firm, and you will have no direct benefits of that. but your law firm will benefit. So we should find a good wording. The idea is good, the wording is bad, and not in this place. That's why I'm not going to discuss any other amendments. I will do it when the right procedure will be in place. I just would like to show you my approach. That's it. That's why I'm saying this resolution is not the right place for these amendments. We should put it into the guidance. And yes, we should discuss a correct wording and find correct words how to deal with the amendment. That's it. Thank you. I finish a little bit earlier.
Sorry, what did you say? At the end, I was talking to Despina.
No, I said, thank you, Mr. President. I finished a little bit earlier.
You are always welcome. So keep your time for the next session in January. I'll tell to the next president to give you some more time. So now we have Kostis Evstathiou, the chairperson of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities. Kostis, would you like to take
Thank you, dear President. Dear colleagues, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur, Sergei Vlasenko, on his work on this important issue for the functioning of our Assembly, and personally, I agree with him on the tabled amendments, although the Rules Committee did not have the chance to deal with them. The rapporteur's excellent work follows on from the report by Frank Schwab, Respect of the Rule of Law and the Fight Against Corruption within the Council of Europe, which the Assembly adopted earlier this year. Sergei Vlasenko's work in this report builds on this by providing actual, perceived, and much needed clarity for members on how to identify and manage interests and potentially conflicts of interest within the Parliamentary Assembly. Needless to say that adequate systems for identifying and managing interests is essential for the credibility and public trust in the work of the Assembly and of our democratic systems. It is also important to provide members with such clarity so that when we come together to work within the Assembly, we share a common understanding of our standards of conduct in our work here. On a related theme, the Rules Committee met last week in Limassol, Cyprus. We continue to discuss on the important issue of strengthening parliamentary ethics and integrity systems within our national parliaments. This report is therefore timely, as it is equally important that we have adequate ethics and integrity systems within the Parliamentary Assembly as within our national parliaments. This report was adopted by the Rules Committee unanimously. I welcome the rapporteur's work, not only in this report, but also in his ongoing work on topic as General Rapporteur on Ethical Standards and Anti-Corruption, which will facilitate the Assembly's continued focus on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kostis. Dear colleagues, the debate is closed. The Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities presented a draft resolution to which 4 amendments have been tabled. After the Sergei's and Martin's dialogue, I think that we have all digested that there are amendments. So, we will take the amendments in the order they appear in the compendium of amendments. During the votes, to facilitate the vote counting, may I please once again ask you to keep your hands or name plates up as long as the count is underway. If need be, in accordance with the rules of procedure, I may call a vote by standing up instead of a vote by show of hands. We start with amendment number 1. Since Elisabetta is not here, who's the mover, I would ask a colleague who would like to support to present the amendment. Otherwise, if no one will present, will you do, Martin? Okay. Mr. Graf.
Ja, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, so wie wir schon in der Diskussion gehört haben, geht es uns um eine Präzisierung zu all diesen Themen. In dem Fall geht es um die Definition der professionellen Expertise. Ich glaube, dass das zu eng gefasst ist, oder wir glauben, dass das zu eng gefasst ist in dieser apodiktischen Darstellung in dem Report. Und wir daher wir wollen ja die professionelle Expertise nicht ausschließen, und in dem Punkt wollen wir hier eine Präzisierung vornehmen.
Thank you, Martin. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? The Rules Committee could not take position on the amendment, so I put the Amendment 1 to the vote. Sorry, Sergei, you want to speak against?
I want to express my position as a rapporteur on that issue. Yes, technically speaking, I am against, especially against the second part of the amendment, saying that only a direct benefits should be a criteria for that. I give you an example. When you are a rapporteur on the issue dealing with your law firm, you have no direct benefits, but everybody understands that that's a direct conflict of interest. So we should find a good wording, and I think that we clarify that in the guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'll put the amendment to the vote, the Amendment 1. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? Amendment 1 is rejected. We come to Amendment 2. I give the floor to Martin Graf to present Amendment 2. Martin.
Ja, danke. Auch in aller Kürze. Also hier geht es darum, dass man den Begriff abstellt auf Familie, enge Freunde und Familie. Ich glaube, dass der Begriff enge Freunde schon interpretationsbedürftig ist und Familie ist auch eine unterschiedliche Sichtweise, wie groß man die und wie weitgehend man Familie sieht, um dem eben eine Richtung zu geben, was man meint, haben wir eine Präzisierung vorgenommen oder schlagen wir vor eine Präzisierung, sowohl im Bereich des Familienbegriffes als auch der engen Freunde. Danke.
Thank you, Martin. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Yes, again.
As I've mentioned, this list is in the draft guidance and it will be adopted during the Rules Committee, and you could participate in discussion and how it should be wide or narrow. I think we could find a compromise over there. And the right place for that amendment is in the guidance. Thank you.
So you mean the definition is postponed to the Rules Committee?
We already today have the guidance, and we already have the names of these people already. We already have it. So that's the authority of the Rules Committee to deal with that.
Okay. The Rules Committee could not take position on the amendment, and I will now put the Amendment 2 to the vote. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? So Amendment 2 is rejected. We come to Amendment 3. I will give the floor to Martin Graf to present the amendment. Martin.
Ja, hier geht es darum, den Konflikt of Interest etwas näher zu beleuchten. Es wird gesagt, dass der Konflikt oder der Interessenskonflikt verschiedene Kriterien erfüllen muss, objektiv, überprüfbar und vieles andere mehr. Das fehlt halt hier. Wir glauben, dass das zu einengend ist und man eher auf objektive Kriterien oder auf objektive Kriterien abstellen müsste und nicht nur auf subjektive.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Sergei?
Yes, thank you. The argumentation is the same. The lighter for that is a guidance, and that will be in the guidance. Thank you.
The Rules Committee could not take position on the amendment, and I will put now the Amendment 3 to the vote. All those in favor, please show. Those in favor, Martin. Good. Minorities must be respected. Those against? Abstentions? So Amendment 3 is rejected. We come to Amendment 4, and I give the floor to Martin Graf to present the amendment.
Ja, hier geht es auch um die Präzisierung über die Qualität des Ethikbeauftragten. Ich glaube, es kann nicht so weit führen, dass unter Umständen im Auslegungswege das freie Mandat oder die Verantwortung als gewählter Mandatar hinfällig werden kann, und aus dem Grund schlagen wir diese Optimierung oder Präzisierung vor. Danke.
Does anyone wish to speak against? Sergei?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The main idea of the amendment is that the advice is not binding, but the advice is not binding by the definition. That's the first thing. And tabling this amendment, you even forgot the word confidential. So if you will adopt that, the advice will be not confidential, and so on and so on and so on. We are in line with that. The resolution is in line with that. And the guidance will be in line with that. Thank you.
The Rules Committee could not take position on the amendment, and I will now put Amendment 4 to the vote. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? Amendment 4 is rejected. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16287. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? Abstentions. Okay. So the draft resolution contained in document 16287 is adopted unanimously. Congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. And to those who dare to go against him. So, modification of various provisions of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure, document 16292, and amendment. We will now consider the report on modification of various provisions of the Assembly Rules of Procedure. The rapporteur of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities, Victoria Tiblom, is here with us to present the report. And as we all know, Victoria, you have 10 minutes in total, 7 to introduce the debate and 3 to reply at the end. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. The Assembly is regularly called upon to update its rules of procedure to ensure they are fit for purpose and respond to current needs. This draft resolution addresses 3 key proposals. Firstly, the Assembly must respond to the requirements of Resolution 2394 from 2021, the TRIS report on gender representation in Parliamentary Assembly, in which the Assembly formally undertook to increase the minimum representation of each sex in its delegations to 40%, as from January 2026. Women make up broadly half of European population, and it is important that women are also represented in our deliberation at European level. Indeed, in the IPU, of which all of our Parliament are members, the rules of procedure require delegations to strive for equal representation between the sexes. In implementing the Assembly's formal undertaking, the draft resolution proposes that the Assembly adopt a coherent approach across its provisions on the representation of men and women, whilst acknowledging that for some provisions, language such as striving or best endeavors might be more appropriate. We certainly do not lack excellent women politicians in this Assembly, and I therefore consider that these objectives are both valid and achievable. Secondly, a number of technical amendments have been necessary, consequential to the Russian Federation's expulsion from the Council of Europe, as well as practical technical changes to better reflect current practices in relation to the right of members to speak in meeting of committees of which they are not members, and the right of members of special guest, observer, and partner for democracy delegations to attend committee meetings. Thirdly, it has been noted that the workload and mandates of committees are somewhat unbalanced. For example, the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has a very restricted mandate compared to other committees. In order to better balance out the workload between committees and their secretariats, it has therefore been proposed to rename that committee the Committee on Migration, International Protection and Economic Cooperation. The committee would retain its existing mandate, but would additionally be responsible for economic cooperation and development, including for preparing reports on the activities of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the Council of Europe Development Bank. And fourthly, following a discussion in the Presidential Committee, the Presidential Committee considered it appropriate to harmonize their approach to the ex officio presence of the chairpersons of political groups in committees, and hoped that this could be done in the context of this report. The Rules Committee therefore adopted last week, unanimously, an amendment to the report to amend Rules 19.6 to extend the number of committees in which the chairpersons of the political groups are ex officio members. The additional committees would therefore be the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development, the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons, the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media, and the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. Finally, I would like to thank the committee members for their thoughtful and constructive contributions to my work on this report, together with the valuable input of Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly. This has greatly assisted in finding a carefully balanced set of proposals. Dear President, dear colleagues, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear Victoria. Thank you so much. And I will now open the floor for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Saskia Kluit. Saskia.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the reporter for the elaborate work. But I have to say, as chair of the SOC committee, I was a bit surprised by the proposal to put economic affairs and economic collaboration to the migration committee. If one looks at the social charter and the topic of environmental development, this cannot be worked on without working on economic collaboration. And I understand it is an institutional reason why it is transferred, but I think it's important that we mark in this meeting that the SOC committee can keep working with the OECD, can keep working with the European Development Bank, and can keep working on the topics of economic collaboration, because otherwise it would be very difficult to fulfill the targets of the committee on these topics.
Thank you, Saskia. Who else would like to take the floor on this issue? Yes, Martin, Mr. Graf.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, ja, grundsätzlich bin ich einmal froh, schicke ich voraus, dass jetzt wieder nur zwei Geschlechter anerkannt werden. Ja? Wir also von der Linie, dass es viel mehr als zwei Geschlechter gibt, offensichtlich auch hier abweichen. Ja? Vielleicht sollte man überlegen, ob man noch in der Gesamtheit hier präzise genug ist oder konsistent ist. Aber ich sage jetzt nur ein Beispiel, wenn wir de facto auf eine 50%-Quote gehen, 50% zugunsten der Männer, und hier dann den Text auch sehen, dann nehme ich nur den Punkt 8 her und als Delegationsleiter von Österreich muss ich sagen, werden wir den in Zukunft nicht erfüllen. Weil nachdem unser wohlverdienstes Mitglied Schenach ausgeschieden ist, wird er ersetzt durch eine Frau. Das ist auch in Ordnung. Jetzt haben wir einen Überhang bei den Frauen nicht unbedingt, weil auch bei anderen eine Änderung vorgenommen wird. Aber hier steht auch Minimum of Numbers of Men and Women as Representatives. Zukünftig, so wie es derzeit die österreichische Delegation vorgesehen hat, wir sind eine Delegation mit 12 Members, 6 Representatives, haben wir dann 4 Frauen und 2 Männer. Das wäre ja nicht korrekt. Das möchte ich aber nicht verhindern, möchte ich dazu sagen. Und aus dem Grund habe ich jetzt nur an einem Beispiel festgemacht, dass nicht jede Regelung, die man so fixiert, mit einem fixen Punkt nicht immer sinnvoll ist oder sein kann. Und ich bin überzeugt, dass viele Delegationen oder auch nationale Parlamente enorme Schwierigkeiten haben werden, hier auch Leute zu entsenden, die ein Interesse an den Tag legen, weil um das geht es ja auch, nicht, dass man jemanden letztlich verpflichtet, hierher kommen zu müssen, obwohl er es gar nicht will, nur weil man die Quote zu erfüllen hat und vieles andere mehr. Und aus dem Grund stehen wir diesen Änderungen, was da betrifft, die Quote, negativ gegenüber und vermeinen, dass 40% ausreichend ist. Alles, was sich in Zusammenhang mit den Änderungen aufgrund des Ausscheidens von Russland ergeben hat, das würden wir akzeptieren können, aber in der Gesamtheit, glaube ich, muss man da nachbessern und daher werden wir vorerst einmal dagegen stimmen.
Thank you, dear Martin. Who else would like to take the floor? Mr. Julian Boulay, the head of the ALDE.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Rapporteur. I wasn't aware of this great news of us being present as ex officio in 4 more committees. This is just great news that we will be doing even more work. We're privileged to do that every time we learn about that, and we do it with pleasure. My only comment is that as we are already present, and it's a great privilege to be there, not to be misunderstood, in 5 or 6 committees, not to be understand that we're not doing our job if we cannot be simultaneously present in all of them, because that is not physically possible. But other than this, I'm very privileged that you thought of us, and thank you for this opportunity of doing even more work. Thank you, Madam Tilbaum.
Thank you, Julian. Octavia.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender. Ich kann die Berichterstatterin ihr nur gratulieren für ihren Bericht und muss sagen, dass es mir sehr gefällt, dass wir auch dahin wirken werden, dass wir eine gleich aufgeteilte Beteiligung von Frauen und Männern in den jeweiligen Delegationen haben. Und ich muss sagen, als kleines Land hatten wir nie ein Problem, die Hälfte unserer Mitglieder der Delegation Frauen und die andere Hälfte Männer zu bestimmen. Danke.
Thank you, Octavia. Who else would like to take the floor? So, if nobody else, then I will go back to Victoria Tilbaum, to reply to the debate. Victoria, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Regarding the gender representation, of course, we hope that this will not pose a problem for our member countries. We know that there are some women in some of the delegations that do not show up to Council and our sessions, and I think the next report by Ms. Petra Bayer will be interesting in how we can in general increase member activities and get everybody involved. Concerning to be able to join committee as ex officio, it was kind of a slip that it's been, I mean, you don't have to, it's a possibility. And it's kind of been, it should have been corrected earlier that some committees were welcome ex officios and some just did not have it in there. So it's more like a correction, so it's equal, except for the judges to the European Court. And then looking at this workload that Ms. Saskia Klut was talking about, well, this suggestion has been carefully suggested, looking at the committees and the secretariats and to try to ease the workload a little bit. So we're hoping that this will be a good solution for everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Saskia, according to legalities, you shouldn't take the floor, but it's okay, you can.
I can take it.
Maybe Despina should take the floor earlier. She might solve some problems we had here.
Thank you, President. I feel like duty-bound to intervene because indeed it is an issue that I had put in front of the Rules Committee as Secretary General of PACE. So just to reassure, of course, Madam Clit, that of course the committee she leads at the present will continue to work with for OECD and relevant issues when they have relevant reports. It was just a suggestion for distributing fairly the report. The workload of committees, actually the OECD debate now is with Political Affairs Committee. The Social Affairs Committee, if I'm not mistaken, had the Council of Europe Development Bank. Of course you will continue to work with them. They are relevant for a big part of your reports. It's only the institutional, let's say, dialogue with a bank that is proposed for the enlarged now mandate of the Migration Committee. And be reassured that in any case, all these discussions are done at the Bureau of the Assembly, where chairs of committees, of course, participate. Thank you.
So, Saskia, do you still wish to take the floor?
Well, I'm glad with this clarification, because I think this is a topic that is relevant for many committees, but the subcommittee especially, because you cannot talk about labor without talking about economic development. So, thank you.
Thank you. I will call now Kostis Evstathiou, the chairperson of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities, to take the floor.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate the rapporteur on her work on this issue of central importance for the functioning of our Assembly. There have been a number of different elements that the rapporteur and the Rules Committee have asked to incorporate and to reflect upon the context of the current report, and I acknowledge the time and careful reflection that gone into this. I would also to thank the committee for the active interest that they have shown to considering how best to give effect to the TRISE report on gender representation and the related undertakings from 2021. The resulting report has thus been carefully calibrated as a result of these discussions. This report on the modification of various provisions of the rules of procedure was adopted by the Rules Committee unanimously in October. Following discussions of the Presidential Committee subsequent to the adoption of the report, the rapporteur has proposed an amendment to additionally clarify the participation of chairperson of political groups ex officio in committee meetings. That amendment was adopted by unanimity by the committee last week in Cyprus. Before closing, I feel like to congratulate once more the rapporteur in the way she has dealt with the many issues that have been necessary to cover in this report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Kostis. The debate is closed, dear colleagues, and the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities presented a draft resolution to which one amendment has been tabled by the committee itself. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the standing committee that this amendment to the draft resolution, which was unanimously approved by the committee, be declared as definitely approved. Is that so, Mr. Evstathiou?
This is a fact, yes.
If no one objects, I will consider this amendment to be approved. Is there any objection? No, so the amendment 1 to the draft resolution is therefore approved and will not be called. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16292 as amended. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? 1. Abstentions? 1. The draft resolution contained in document 16292 is adopted. Congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. We will now consider the report on increasing members, active participation in the work of the Parliamentary Assembly. The rapporteur of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities is Mrs. Petra Bayer. Petra, you know, of course, that you have in total 10 minutes, 7 now to introduce the debate and 3 to reply. You may have the floor.
Thank you very much, Theodoros. Good afternoon. I think you all know that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe was founded on a clear and forward-looking idea that elected parliamentarians should play a central role in shaping a multilateral space committed to defend human rights, democracy and the rule of law. Today, as these very principles face increasing pressure, not only in Europe but also beyond, it is more important than ever that we stand firmly behind the Assembly and strengthen its capacity to safeguard our shared values. What gives our Assembly its distinctive character is the dual mandate entrusted in each of us. We operate at once within our national legislature and within a pan-European deliberative body. This combination brings with it unique responsibilities, ensuring that national viewpoints are brought into European conversations and returning home ready to explain, promote and support the Council of Europe's work. Engagement in our debates and in all our work is therefore not a simple procedural issue, it's a democratic obligation that lends weight to our decisions and guarantees that the concerns of European citizens are generally represented. To meet this responsibility, our internal procedures must continue to evolve. Building on earlier reforms and exchanges, we are moving forward a framework that reinforces purpose, ownership, fairness and accessibility, and it gives really all the members sufficient space and to take over possibilities to contribute productively to our work. Keeping all that in mind, this draft resolution is putting forward several concrete measures to enhance our functioning, and it also really looks, as Victoria already said, really to include more members of PACE in our active work. So to come to some key points, the Assembly will have the flexibility to establish special committees to respond on urgent or cross-cutting issues, which is at the moment not a possibility with a time limit given. Debates hopefully will become more interactive through a blue card system, enabling direct interaction and direct questions, but also limited to a clear number of defined speakers. It's not a disruption of the procedure. It works quite good at the European Parliament, so I hope that it will work here as well. We also work on the speaking time that should be more evenly distributed, allowing also broader participation, also by limiting speaking time. Members that show consistent engagement, especially when it comes to the voting, because we very often see that when it comes to voting, the room is quite empty. They will see that their engagement is really acknowledged by being lifted up in the list more than now. And there will also be rules on rapporteurship and committee participation that should clarify and promote more fairness and inclusivity with exceptional arrangement for also remote participation, which we already learned a little bit during Corona, but should also be possible in exceptional circumstances now. We also aim to improve transparency and visibility, so speakers lists will be published earlier. That's the amendment number 2 you will find in the text. It's just was just a table office suggestion to frame it like it is now, because otherwise the publication of the speaking lists would be around midnight, and that doesn't make sense, of course. Debates should be streamlined, public communication strengthened, and digital tools upgraded, including the development of a dedicated mobile app, so a real app, not only something that is called PACE apps, but a real app. At the same time, training, mentoring, and other initiatives will support members, but particularly new members. I think it's really important, and those who join our assembly really have a very quick and very soon the chance to really become active within us. The report equally encourages national parliaments to facilitate member participation by aligning parliamentary calendars. We know that's really a struggle, not only of PACE, but also of other international bodies, promoting internal reporting on Assembly's work and fostering closer links between national and our Assembly committees. In this context, also another amendment that's just there for clarifying, not to quote a wrong paragraph, but the correct paragraph now, and makes it all clear and work properly. And these proposals go beyond rules and procedures. They aim to ensure that our Parliamentary Assembly remains effective, representative, and influential in upholding Europe's fundamental values. I really want to thank, on the one hand, Despina, Isild, Ellie, Roberta, and many more from the Secretariat, but also the table office that brought some very practical issues, and thank you very much for this close eye, but also thank you very much all the members of PACE who came forward with innovative ideas that we tried to include in the report as much as possible. And dear President, thank you very much, and I hope that we can have a fruitful debate.
Thank you, dear Petra. Colleagues, now the floor is open for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Lord Jones.
Thank you, President. Can I begin by welcoming the report? I agree with everything in it, but just to make a few brief points. First of all, paragraph 57, important, of course, that there's an opportunity for people to participate remotely, as long as it is exceptional. I think the collegiality that's built by people meeting each other outside of meetings is important in terms of creating a body that works effectively. With paragraph 52, can I say, as somebody who attended his first Assembly meeting in September and that now finds himself 2 months on as the leader of the UK delegation, it's been quite a steep learning curve for me, and it would certainly have been helpful to have had more of an induction process. Certainly, I was fortunate. I had great support from officials. I had great support from my predecessor, Don Tuig. But I think for others who are not in that fortunate position, having more seminars, as is suggested in paragraph 52, would be useful. That can be done online. There are logistical problems with getting everybody in when membership changes, sometimes every month. I understand that. But it would certainly be, I think, a great help to people if there was a more detailed induction process, which paragraph 2 alludes to. The only other thing, and Petra did talk about the apps, it isn't an app, it's a website. I still can't understand why it is that we look at a resolution which is found on one website and the amendments are found on another website. Surely can't be beyond a technical problem. It can't be a technical problem if members were able to have an app that was able to access both websites at the same time. I understand the need for confidentiality in having different websites, but I think that would help in terms of integrating everything into one app that members can access without having to go back and forth between different apps. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Jones. Who else would like to take the floor? Dear colleagues, yes, Edith Estrella.
Thank you, dear President. First of all,
closer to the microphone, Edith.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank Petra and to congratulate for the job, very good job, and this very good report. And I would like to introduce you to a successful project created by the Portuguese Parliament named the Youth Parliament. It is a national program to promote civic education and democratic participation among students aged 10 to 18. It involves schools from across mainland Portugal and islands, and in which most members of Parliament participate. Every year, more than 50,000 students take part. They debate a different topic each year, chosen by them the previous year. They organize electoral campaigns and vote for student representatives. The process mirrors real democratic participation and helps young people develop skills in debate, collaboration, and political literacy. The program has 3 levels. First at school level, then at the regional sessions, and then at the national session in the Portuguese Parliament. At the end, the young deputies approve a project of recommendation on the year's theme. These recommendations are formally sent to the Parliament's Education Committee, ensuring that the voices of the young people are heard and considered in the legislative process. So, in my view, it would be an excellent way to promote participatory democracy and bring young people closer to parliamentary life. And this model could be adopted, of course, in other national parliaments. I think it's a good project, a very nice way to contribute to approach the members of the parliament with the young people. Thank you.
Good. Anybody else who would like to take the floor? Yes, Martin, Mr. Graf.
Ja, danke, Herr Vorsitzender. Herr Präsident, ja, ich muss auch sagen, wir müssen alles unternehmen, um die Sichtbarkeit dieses Parlaments in den Mitgliedstaaten zu erhöhen, weil ganz im Ernst, wenn man mit der Bevölkerung in den Heimatländern spricht, ich nehme jetzt nur bei mein Heimatland Österreich, es wird immer verwechselt mit dem Europäischen Parlament von der EU. Niemand weiß exakt, was da so wirklich passiert, obwohl die Institution ja älter ist und durchaus breiter aufgestellt ist. Also jede Bemühung in diese Richtung, und das sehe ich auch, ist positiv zu werten. Das Einzige, was mich schmerzt, ist, dass wir glauben, dass wir durch Reduzierung der Redezeit, jetzt ist es etwas abgeschwächt, da bin ich sehr dankbar dafür, von 3 auf 2 Minuten im Bedarfsfall, so wie es hier geregelt ist, mehr Interesse wecken. Das glaube ich nicht, aber bitte, wir können das auch probieren. Ich glaube, man ist im Fluss, es wird nicht die letzte Ergänzung sein, um es sichtbarer zu machen. Eines ist sicher richtig, das ist auch hier angeführt, wenn es kein verpflichtendes Reporting über die Aktivitäten der Parlamentarischen Versammlung in den Heimatländern gibt, wird dieses Parlament auch de facto nicht wirklich sichtbarer werden. Und daher haben wir jetzt eine Empfehlung, dass man das eben so macht, mit Reportings auch dort. Die Frage ist, wie umfangreich derartige Reportings sein sollen. Aber jeder Schritt in diese Richtung ist zu begrüßen. Und daher werden wir auch diesem Antrag zustimmen, diesem Report. Danke.
So, dear Martin, I cannot stand by but commenting on that. Let me just remind you, when I had the honor to be elected by you as a president 2 years ago, I have said that visibility will be one of my priorities. The first year, visibility in international media, and it is according to the figures given to me by our communication office, raised by 60%. And now it is raised by 195%. It is an achievement we all did. We have all contributed to that. I really agree with you that there is a lot of confusion. In member states, there are people believing that the Council of Europe is European Union. So we need to do more, but let us appraise ourselves that we have done something until now, not only during my presidency. I believe that my successor will continue in this way. And it is, of course, on decisions taken by the Council of Europe, the Assembly, and by the Court, which is more visible than any other institutional body. So I believe that this could be a new beginning, talking about increasing members' active participation, and the work of the Parliamentary Assembly will be more visible according to decisions that we are going to take there. So if nobody else will take the floor now, we'll go back to Petra Bayer and give you the floor for the next 3 minutes. Petra.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will try, I think every new president tries to increase the visibility, so we also hope that this is a good foundation for the next trial. To reply, thank you very much, Caroline, for your remarks. I think what we didn't think about, and that's a good idea, by the way, to have all these introduction and peer-to-peer, maybe not, but these introduction tools also as an online tool, also as maybe by chance, if you have, maybe we screen something, and whenever you have time, you can look at a module on this or that question, not depending that there is one performance at one time, but often. So I think we maybe should also follow this idea that is very good. Edith, thank you very much for raising this youth parliament idea. Every idea on that is very welcome, and as Martin Graf already said, that I call for ideas how we make the work of PACE more visible in our national parliaments. I think we could broaden that call and also ask for good examples how to involve young people, how to involve youth. I think that it's not a thing of this report, but to have now youth rapporteurs is a very good step, also to be more sensitive on the issue in general. And Theodoros happens to be in Austria next Tuesday, where I will be in our Austrian Parliament democracy workshop, and I invited him to come and to have.
And we have to invite Martin to be there.
We are always
to
only
support.
2 MPs from Austria, and there is the other one is already fixed, so there is no slot for
the audience,
third
at the
one.
audience. There is
But
space
you
at
will,
the
he will
audience.
be an
If he wants to
observer.
come there, you will be
Of
very
course,
welcome.
If you 2:30 democracy workshop, you know where it is. And I think that we also should share best practice on how to engage young people. So that's, of course, a very good idea. And according to Martin Graf and visibility, I think on the one hand, the reduction of speaking time for each of us means that more people can speak. So they have more chances to engage and also to tell back home that they spoke more than now have the chance to do. And also as an Austrian example, I try, since I was elected chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I try to, after every Foreign Affairs Committee, to have a slot, an informal slot, which is not officially the Foreign Affairs Committee, but just the possibility to exchange of all our colleagues who are active in the international scene, be it IPU, be it OSCE, Parliamentary Assembly, be it PACE, be it whatever, to have the space to tell the others what they are doing. So far it doesn't work very perfectly, but I hope that we can continue, and by time it might work. I will tell you about the success or not success story. So thank you very much for the support.
Anyway, we wish success to this effort. Thank you, Petra. I would give now the floor to Kostis Evstathiou, the chairperson of the committee. Kostis, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear President, dear colleagues, I'm really privileged taking the floor once again this afternoon as Rules Committee Chair to speak on the report for adoption before the Standing Committee. This time, we deal with the exceptional work of Petra Bayer on this important topic of increasing our participation in the work of the Parliamentary Assembly. As Petra has rightly mentioned, our dual mandate as national parliamentarians and as members of PACE is at the heart of what makes the Parliamentary Assembly so special and our exchanges so rich. In order to increase the value of democratic dialogue, we must encourage our members to actively participate in these precious exchanges that are of central to the quality of democratic debate and the importance of our democratic institutions. This work is in ensuring the value of our debates and the energy which we all bring to our work within the Parliamentary Assembly is never a fait accompli, and the commitment of the rapporteur and all the committee to this topic has been seen in many fruitful discussions we have had in committee in the course of elaboration of this report. This report was unanimously adopted in October in our Rules Committee. The rapporteur subsequently proposed some amendments to fine-tune some of the proposals. Those amendments were adopted by unanimity by the committee last week in Cyprus. I again congratulate the rapporteur on the thought that has gone into this and her approach to consulting widely and incorporating the views of all colleagues in committee discussions. And thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Kostis. The debate is closed. The Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities presented a draft resolution to which 2 amendments have been tabled by the committee itself. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Standing Committee that these amendments to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee, be declared as definitely approved. Is that so, Mr. Evstafidis?
This is the case, yes.
Good. If no objects, I will consider these amendments to be approved. Any objections? No? Oh, yes. Okay, no objections. I saw George having his head, but he was actually holding the microphone or something like earphones. So, George, thus, Amendment 1 and 2 to the draft resolution are therefore approved and will not be called. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16293 as amended. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? My congratulations to the rapporteur. The draft resolution contained in document 16293 is adopted unanimously. Any other business to be raised? No. Dear colleagues, I inform you that our next meeting will be held in Monaco on 22 of May 2026. Before I close the meeting, I would like to thank all the participants as well as our colleagues from the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova for the excellent organization of our meeting, technicians, interpreters, and everyone involved, as well as the staff of the Parliamentary Assembly. My sincere thanks go to the delegation of the Republic of Moldova for their warm welcome and hospitality here in Chisinau. Thank you so much. I just want to remind you that in a few minutes we will start the roundtable on violence against women and the role of parliaments and parliamentarians in implementing the Council of Europe Istanbul Convention. And I encourage you all to participate in this roundtable. It will start in less than 5 minutes, so those who want to participate, please remain at the chamber. Thank you so much. The meeting is closed.